And we are live. Welcome back. So, last time on Traveler, you gentlemen dealt with a invasion in the city of Urkerfell. And at the very end of the session, a giant Chiton starship showed up and started drilling with a laser of some kind into the planet's surface, creating an obvious threat that is imminently going to destroy the planet. It's going to fall on the party to handle this situation and hopefully, either save the world or die heroically trying or die heroically saving the world. One of those options. Hopefully not just being massacred.
What's the biggest mirror we can get?
Don't think you're going to find one that big, but, if you want to waste some time while the world's getting drilled into, you're welcome to. Probably isn't the optimal tactic.
It seems like if we wanted to get a good mirror, you'd want to go off planet.
That may end poorly as well. We'll see. Anyway, so as you guys are in Rookerfell and, you guys have just gotten back from doing this adventure and see this laser coming down from the sky, a dropship shows up with the Paladin's insignia and says the Paladin needs to see you guys immediately and, obviously, they're pulling all the resources to make a quick counterattack to try to save the planet. And they want you to come in, join them at the Paladin's mobile command center. So all of you hop on board, and you are flown out to what looks like at one point in time it was a train, a maglev train. But it's been modified heavily and it's been removed from the rails. It's moving at a significant clip across the Badlands towards the base where you guys' ship is, so at least it's going in the right direction. And the dropship lands on the back of it. Who, what, when, where would you gentlemen like to do?
I'm gonna start moving towards the engine of the train. Let's go up until we meet somebody.
Okay. Well, as you come through, I didn't have time to put all of the tokens in. Just working on something else. But this first car you come to, is full of just regular crew people. You do notice that it's sparsely populated, but there's a decent living accommodation. It's definitely built as a longer term solution. And as you hit the junction to the next car, you see that it's labeled Command Center.
Is there key code access or anything? Can we just get in?
There are two guards. They let you in the door.
Excellent.
As you walk in the door, you find that there is a bank. Well, there's a command center, obviously, with a strong sci-fi feel, like big monitors up on the walls and all different aspects of the planet. Most of them are currently showing this circular Cyamber station / ship that's burning a hole through the planet's crust. There's all sorts of, talking heads on various news channels and stuff that are currently muted, but there is one that's open and the Paladin appears to be talking to it. And there's a scientist who is giving a briefing on it, and you catch the back end of it where he says, look, we're pretty sure that the beam is a sort of psi blade, and that it's capable of putting out a pulse, probably 100 times more powerful than what it's currently doing. We think that it's going to drill down to the core of the planet and then pulse like that and pop the planet like a balloon. Put it in a layman's terms, as you asked. And the Prime Paladin's like, that's pretty bad, and these gentlemen have excellent timing. I will get back to you in a moment, Doctor. And he turns and he's like, gentlemen, I am glad to see you. I'm sorry it took us so long to meet after you came back. I've, of course, heard about your exploits.
Yeah, you've been busy. We've been busy. It's good to see you again.
Yeah, I wish it wasn't under these specific circumstances. I'm not positive how we're going to deal with this situation, but I have a couple ideas that I'd like to run by you. First and foremost, of course, we're mobilizing every mobile force we can to try to deal with this problem. We only have a handful of starships left. Most of the starships we had left on access to us were, guarding the starport, which of course took the initial blast. That ship up there, and he hits a few buttons, and you see the ship, from earlier, from before it was firing lasers, it rolls up on the starport, and it rolls through what is blatantly a nuclear minefield. dozens of nuclear bombs go off, and this thing just shrugs those explosions off. And then it opens fire with that same blade across the starport, which is the massive floating city in space that holds all the starships, and cleaves it in two. And then just starts picking off its support, so it starts falling down to the planet where it lands in the star town that you guys are traditionally based out of. As he says that, he's like, I have some forces left, maybe 3 or 4 ships, but nothing capital ship class, nothing big enough to do straight battle with it, so we're going to have to go about this a different way. And he pulls a briefcase out from underneath the table. And he's like, you're looking at plan A. I'm open to suggestions, but here's my pitch. This is what's known as a singularity bomb. Probably not familiar with the technology, as it's never been actually deployed in anger before, but it's something Paladin Arms has been working on for quite some time. We made a run of 1,000 of these bombs for a very specific mission, which hopefully my wife is currently launching. We wanted to replace the orbital bombardment nuclear missiles on the Ghost Fleet with these singularity bombs and send them to the Triton homeworld. But I kept one as a failsafe, just in case I needed it, and it looks like that situation has come up. What a singularity bomb does is it creates a micro black hole, sucks in everything around it, and then after a few seconds explodes with the force of all of the things that it has just digested, for lack of a better term. There's a couple of hiccups to this. I was planning on putting this on a missile and just launching it at the other ship, but it doesn't appear like any of our missiles have gotten through. So I don't want to risk losing this warhead over that, which means that someone's going to have to plant this bomb on that ship. And I think that's where Raid Inc. comes in.
I go over and I pick up. You said it was briefcase sized?
It's briefcase sized, yeah. It's this thing on the table.
All right. I'm going to pick it up and hold it in my arms. And, all right, Paladin, you got any plans to get on board?
That's part of the part I haven't figured out yet. I'm glad you're so willing to simply accept this. This is the plan. I do think this is our best bet, but I was also willing to entertain any other ideas you gentlemen had. You also notice behind him that there are 2 of the, like, you can tell that they're the strikers. With that said, they are shorter than you thought they'd be.
These are the Master Chief looking guys?
Yeah, they're the rumored new replacements for the Norse power armor guys, the guys that Maul worked for, or worked as. But these guys only come up to the Prime Paladin's shoulders. I mean, the armor looks incredibly advanced, but they're real small.
They're like kid sized?
Teenager sized.
So what kind of support are you offering us to be able to get onto that ship?
Like I said, we're throwing everything we've got at it. Every ship, every shuttle, every fighter, everything we have. If we don't stop that, I mean, I don't know how much of the briefing you heard from the scientists, but we're relatively certain, no matter how this plays out, that that's a planet killer. So this is do or die. We have to send everything we have after it.
All right. Well, we have an air raft and us. What else we got?
Cox,
What happened to our ship?
your ship's at the landing field that we're heading to now.
We're all in boarding vac suits. Like, I feel like we might have been preparing for this unintentionally.
I mean, this is the kind of mission that's right up Raid Inc.'s alley, as I understand it. You specialize in boarding missions. It's worth noting, Sammy, that ever since this thing's been in orbit, the strongest psionic presence you've ever felt is on board that thing, by order of magnitude. And that includes your encounter with the Elder. Or, sorry, with the Ancients.
Sorry, I'm fighting a dog. I'm looking down at my wrist, and fighting off the ancient, like, overwhelming firepower. But I light up my psi blade, and they said that's a psi blade, like planetary size psi blade and I unlight it and I light it again.
The Prime Paladin's going to notice that blade for the first time and be like, "Oh, yeah, I mean that's what they think it is. It's one of those, which means it's not a traditional laser as you would think of it. Actually, a traditional laser shot at a planet probably wouldn't do that much damage as soon as it hit dirt. It just heat things up very slowly. So, yeah, that's what we think it is. As far as we can tell from the telescopes, because most of our sensors are useless because of the mines going off. It looks like there's a giant psi ember at the center of this thing, so we're guessing that's a focus of some kind.
How's the singularity bomb work? Is it on-off button?
So he holds his hands out for the briefcase, and assuming you hand it back to him, he very gently, like you've been very casually handling this thing, at least from your description, that's what I'm assuming.
Yes.
He handles it like it's full of eggs. And he sets it down like super gently on the table and then like unlatches the two latches on the front of it like super slowly and then cracks it open. On the inside, you see two what they look like steel bricks. And they've got a bunch of wiring in between them, and there's like a purple sphere in the middle. For like the gubbins and such. And on the right hand side, there's two sets of controls. One of them is blatantly a timer, and he basically points at it, and he says, "You put a time in here in seconds, and then you press this button, and then you press the arm button down here at the very, very bottom. Alternately, you can set it on a dead man switch, so that if you're holding the case and you let go of it, it goes off, and you can manually detonate it by pressing the arm button 3 times." Those are its default settings. I could encase it in a missile, and then it would have a proximity detonation on top of that, but we're relatively certain that we're not going to be able to fire missiles at this thing. Also, if it gets shot down by a point defense laser, like this isn't a explosive per se, it's not going to go off unless it's detonated properly. Did that answer your question?
Yes. So what I heard there, sir, was that option 1 was a timer in seconds. Option 2 is to arm it, push the arm button 3 times to just trigger. And option 3 is a dead man switch. Understood, sir. And I very cautiously put everything back together and start treating it like it's eggs.
It is eggs. Eggs that will wipe us all out.
Yeah. Like... The Prime Paladin looks visibly relieved that you're treating it more cautiously now. Like, he wasn't going to say anything, but, like, when you first picked it up, it was like, oh, this is just a bomb, and, like, just kind of held it, like, his eyes were the size of saucers.
How big of a range does it have? Like, if we deadman switch it from here, does it take out the planet?
Yeah, we designed this as an orbital bombardment mechanism. It probably wouldn't destroy the entire planet with just one warhead, but, nobody in Rookerfall or anywhere near the downport or the firebase they wouldn't even know what had happened. It'd just be a chunk missing from the planet, like a giant had taken a bite out of it.
Do we need to get it on their
Right.
giant warship, or do we need to have it touching the psi ember that powers the warship?
Obviously, we don't know a whole lot about that ship. So, my preference, if it is possible to do, is for you to get it onto the actual psi ember before detonating it. I don't know that that's actually going to be necessary, but we only have one bomb. And so far, this thing is shrugged off, and he plays the clip again of it rolling through the nuclear minefield. It's like, it shrugged off the most powerful warheads we have. Like, they weren't even there. Silence was deafening.
Colonel, do you have any ideas on how to get on board that Triton ship?
We have the super advanced stealth ship.
We were hoping that you would be able to use the Orkin or alternately a small shuttlecraft to try to get on board their ship. So far, all of our initial probes have failed. We sent in 2 fleet support ships, a patrol boat, and a group of Marines and strikers who were available to try to counter it initially before we were able to get a hold of you. None of them have returned, and we've visibly seen the patrol ships get ripped apart by... There are 3 of the new enemy warships that are escorting this. They showed up just recently.
Shit.
I do have something that you might want to use. Maybe. I don't actually know if it's any good for boarding, but we did salvage an old set of Norse power armor. Unfortunately, its operator was incapacitated, we'll say. It's not really designed for boarding, but it is much more suited to combat than most of the things you have now.
It's I mean, we're going on a Titan ship. Titan are larger than humans.
They are larger than humans. I'm more worried about the fact that it's not pressurized and you'd have to wear like a skin suit underneath it. It's just not meant for space operations. So for your purposes, it's artillery battle dress. Also, the only person with the implants to operate it is Maul. Norse power armor requires the bolts that I made you get when you did character creation.
Could we tuck him into one of the missile tubes and missile him towards the mothership?
It's a big missile, and they've shot all the missiles down so far.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to send him on a ballistic course in this thing. It doesn't have any maneuvering jets. I think it's a good idea if you can get it on the ship, assuming they have gravity, which I have to assume that they do. Assuming they have gravity and oxygen and all the things you would normally expect. Once it's inside the ship, it would be fine. It's more if you're going to go EVA aboard the ship, which, from what I've read from your files, you tend to do. People with EVA packs are going to have to guide him in. He's not going to be able to maneuver on his own.
Oh, like a space bubble? I've saved so many people with a space bubble. This will be a fun spacewalk.
Yep, I'm a terrible pilot anyway, so it's best if someone else does the driving.
So just to clarify, this Triton ship is in orbit? I thought it was landfall already. I'm sorry.
Negative. It's in orbit. It doesn't look like it's capable of making landfall, nor would it need to. Also, if its goal is to destroy the planet, I have to imagine landing would be counterproductive for it. He clicks another button, and you can see a battlefield unfold. There's a huge debris cloud, a combination of asteroids and chunks of the starport. There's fighters of a variety you've seen before because you fought the Triton quite a bit. Just swarming, massive swarms of fighters. And then there's massive swarms of friendly fighters, and there's just a giant furball unfolding right now all around this thing. This isn't a thing that is going to happen. This is the thing that is happening as you guys are talking about it.
Do we have any like planetary to space missiles still available? Or not even missiles, but something to shoot it so that we can use that as a cover to get close in our stealth ship.
All of our anti-starship weaponry was mounted on the starport in the hopes that we could make a citadel against the enemy fleets, and it worked really well until that thing showed up.
You think the shit, never mind. I was trying to think of other things we've got. So we've got our scout ship. Did the Mafia have anything that we could use?
They don't even have aircraft, much less starships.
Okay. So it looks like our scout ship's really... The Raid Orkin ship is what we got.
So the Prime Paladin's going to be like, that's probably your best bet. We theorized that you could send a small shuttle or landing craft in, and then it would be so small that if you cut its thrusters and power systems, you could ballistically fly into the system fly into the ship without being detected. That was just a theory. None of our strikers who have tried it have returned. With that said, while you're on board the ship, keep an eye out, because some of them may have landed and just be out of communication.
Are they all that tall, or are they taller than this?
So the one who's like shoulder length to you, it doesn't move completely perceptively, but you can almost feel that you're getting stared down. And the paladin is like, the Striker program is a collaboration between Paladin Arms and Engine. Engine provides the pilot, Paladin Arms provides the suit of armor. That's all I'm really at liberty to discuss about it. They are quite capable, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna give eyes to the rest of my crew when he says engine, though.
Have you talked with your wife in the last couple of weeks?
Is that a threat?
No. That was just like, what was the last time you talked to her?
Before she left, obviously. I mean, there's no faster than light communication. So she's not here. Nobody talked to her.
I don't know if they would send messages back.
They would try, but remember, orbital blockade.
Don't we have a copy of the data?
You already gave Prime Paladin. Prime Paladin's the one that sent you to find out what Engine was up to.
Okay, so he's aware of what's going on, and he's probably aware of what's going on here.
Yes.
Which is probably what we already suspect.
Yeah. I mean, if you wanted to talk about it, he would not be opposed to it, but he's not openly saying anything about it with two of them standing right behind him.
No, totally get it. I kind of thought that might be the case, but now I'm aware. All right, so it looks like that armor is a little bit damaged. How much repairs can we get on it? How damaged is it?
It's not severely damaged. The main weapon needs a little bit of work if you want to use that, but in essence, the way that I'm going to have this work is the Norse power armor will have all the capabilities of artillery-based power armor. Its artillery weapons will be a Vulcan minigun, and I can't remember which grenade launcher I picked, but basically it's got a grenade launcher and a Vulcan minigun, and then whatever weapon you choose to carry in its hands, its current hand weapon is damaged. My assumption being that you would have a replacement for that.
Oh yeah, I'm going to take the grav hammer.
That's what I kind of figured.
Yeah, I think I have enough bonuses to withstand the negatives if I have to hit something I don't want to hit, or I can just shoot it.
You absolutely can. There will also be opportunities if you take the armor to do some pretty cool things.
Right.
Yeah, he's like, it's totally fixable. You'll probably have to work on it right up until it's time to jump out of the ship, but it's totally usable.
I put my mechanic on it immediately.
Since you guys are rolling up to the ship, you're now within radio range, and you can, tell them to be ready for it, too. So,
And you said, so I either have to be in an EVA bubble, or there's a sleeve I can get that would allow me to be in that?
There's something called a soft suit that you can wear. It's not actually designed to be worn underneath this, but reading the description, I think it's close enough that if you knew you were going to have to be in space anyway, you could... It'd be very uncomfortable, but you could do it. Where you could, seal it up and then get in the suit. And
like a pressure sleeve.
Yeah, it's like a pressure sleeve with a little... It's a cloth helmet, for lack of a better term. It's like putting a plastic bag over your head. It is not meant for combat, but that's what the power armor is for. You would not want to be in a fight in a vacuum environment. I'm explaining this metagame just so you're not surprised in case you decide to do anything. So if you end up in an area where there's no pressure and you're in combat, this thing will rip like a plastic bag. So you kind of only want to use it to get from point A to point B. Alternately, you can use a bubble. They can just haul you in the bubble.
So that's
explain. Sammy explains all that, so then hands you a soft suit because he just had to have one just in case. Actually, we had to get back to the ship first, but it's underneath of his bunk. He's always ready.
Yeah, got it. Let's get this thing loaded and repaired.
You see a big gash on it that's just got duct tape over it, and Sammy's like, you don't even want to know then. Before he leaves, Sammy looks at the paladin and then looks at the strikers and then points to his head and sees if the paladin nods or not.
he does. He nods.
Well, all right then.
Who's carrying the bomb? The train starts to slow down.
That's me. I got the bomb.
Yeah, John has the bomb.
So the train starts to slow down. The paladin's like, any last minute clarifications?
Any last words?
I hope there aren't any last words. You guys have been amazing. And not that it'll mean much if this goes south, but I did tell Lucinda to put you all in for knighthoods if we, well, regardless of whether we survive this. I just don't think it'll matter if we don't.
What's this armor outfitter thing?
So that's a new piece of technology that you wouldn't recognize, but it does look like these suits slot into it.
Oh, the striker suits do?
Yep. It almost looks like that holds the armor and then builds it around the person who wears it.
Gotcha. I'm too short to get in one.
You're too short to get in that one.
I'm too tall.
Sorry, too tall to get in that one. Yeah.
We could cut your legs off and toss you in.
Nah, that's fine. Fine.
An option.
It's just a taste for the future. Okay.
You said that I have been drawn to try to fuse with people psionically, with other scions explicitly.
So you're talking about this session or in the past?
In the past, you told me that's what I was starting to feel.
Oh. You are definitely feeling, so specifically the ancients, like, you feel closer to them. Every time you evolve, you feel closer to them than you do to humans. And you're definitely getting the feeling now that, like, there's some sort of process you can go through to become a psionic being. You just haven't quite unlocked how yet. But since we're talking about psionics, the paladin is like, hey, before you leave, I have one of these for each of you. And he pulls out a set of, they look like a woman's circlet. Like a decorative piece of jewelry that a woman would wear. That's like almost like a crown. They've got these little tangles that come down from them. He's like, these are psionic inhibitors. I'm not sure if Sammy's going to want to use one of these, but I'm relatively certain that the rest of you are.
Yes, please. Just stick it in my nose. How does this work?
You put it on your head, John. Look, see how it looks like a crown?
Ah, yes, very stylish.
It's not a suppository, but when you put it on your head, the little tentacle things start moving by themselves and like plug themselves into your hair. Like they poke you, and it feels like getting stung by a mosquito for a second.
Mr. Paladin, do you have the opposite of that?
We've never tested one. To have a prototype. Got limited number of charges, and I'm not positive how it was going to work. That's one of the reasons I didn't offer it. It could fry your brain. Just not sugarcoating it. The last scion we had that used it was really powerful for about 10 minutes, and then he died.
You should totally put it on.
I mean,
actually, that's one of those things maybe you keep in your pocket, and if it looks like we're going to die, that could be an option.
So the paladin goes back into the back of the workshop, and he unlocks this safe that is like, it's comical how many layers of security there are on this safe. Like, he's like doing retina scans and hair follicle things and combos, and it's got all these doors, and it's got like a ray shield, and it opens up, and he pulls out, there's a bunch of boxes in there, and he pulls one out, and he brings it over to Sammy, and it's kind of like a visor. It looks like it fits over your eyes. Like, this is it. It can be used 3 times with a full charge. But if you can avoid doing it, I mean, it's up to you.
Yeah, if we can avoid that dead man switch on the singularity bomb, we'll do that too.
Yeah, that wasn't my idea, but yeah.
Hey, what's the max number of seconds you can put in?
There isn't a max number of seconds you can put in.
None.
Yeah, you can just keep going, but just realize that if it's destroyed before it goes off, it's not going to detonate.
I'm just trying to-
Also, minimum range is get back to the planet.
Okay. Minimum range.
Yeah, like the blast radius. We've never set one of these off anywhere but a remote asteroid field, obviously to keep it from prying eyes. But there are asteroid fields that don't exist anymore.
Oh, wait. Okay. Cool. We'll treat it more than just eggs. It's now a baby, an infant, cradling it.
Deacon, Sterling, do you guys have any questions?
Nope, just absorbing.
Yeah, I think I got the overall plan. Yeah, upon hearing
As
the
long as I'm not carrying it, I'm okay.
upon hearing the most recent blast size, do we have a place to clean out the inside of our back suits?
Luckily,
get back.
they're self-cleaning. It's just later when it gives you your ration count, it may taste funny.
Gross.
All right.
Is it TL13 or TL14?
I'm gonna say it's 14. I mean, it's pretty advanced. It's the epitome of that particular line of power armor. With it said, it's supposed to be overshadowed by the ones that are currently coming out. But you don't know. You've never seen them in action. You don't know what that means. What is the difference in it? Is it just a stat difference?
+4 armor, +2 more strength,
Okay.
+45 rads.
So we'll say that this one is TL14, but it's blatantly been tinkered with. How's that? It's not your standard, like when you slip into it, it's not the same as the ones you wore back when you were part of the Marines. Someone's put some extra time and effort into this one.
Your health bar only went to 10. This one goes to 11.
Franked it.
Okay. All right, so the train rolls to a stop. And you gentlemen, I'm assuming, step off?
Yes. Yes, I do. Very carefully.
I have to find the... What I didn't do was test this. It looks like everything loaded. So this place is just abuzz with activity. As you guys roll up, the train is over here. Probably should have made a short copy of it on here. So there's a train here. And well, it's not really a train. It's a train that's been taken off the rails, but all these fighters are lifting off. Everything space-worthy has got Marines loading in it. Over here, you see this specially painted patrol boat. Landing craft is starting to lift off. It seems to be the first to want to get into the sky. And as you get up to the Orkin, the crew is ready, but looking pretty nervous. What do we do here? You guys have a huge cargo lifter in front of you. It's like a maglev pallet jack. It's got this suit of armor that's like a tank on it.
Are we doing repairs on the ship, or are we doing what are we? We can start repairing it now, right?
Yep, that's up to you guys. Your Deacon's your chief. Well, Deacon's your mechanic in the party, and then you've got a Scotchy on the ship.
So I'm mechanically inclined.
Yeah, I would ask both of them to give it a rundown, see what they can do, and get the pressure sleeve from Sammy.
Yeah, Sammy's telling you how to get into it, and telling you about this one time that he was without oxygen for 2.5 days. No way that's not right, but he's floating just through space just in this. You'll be all right.
I also have power armor now if someone needs to borrow it.
This one's not space worthy. Get that out of here. Although Sterling!
Huh? What? Huh?
I got some power armor if you want to borrow it.
Ooh, I think I might have to take that.
You have a stat sheet for him, or are you gonna have to look it up?
I don't think I have a stat sheet for it. I just put it on my sheet. It's just powered plate.
Yep. So you're gonna have to look up powered plate out of the Central Supply catalog.
TL10.
Yep. It has a flight pack that won't help you, because it's atmospheric only. And I can't remember what the other modification you had made was. I think the other modification is that it is sealed, but it doesn't have any maneuvering jets. You can breathe in space, but you can't really maneuver. Someone's going to have to guide you.
We gotta guide 2 people in.
It might be worth it to have an extra set of power armor.
I mean, it does increase your strength, and he is a melee capable fighter.
See? I thought he shot things.
I'll even let you borrow my my extra hammer.
Dude, I thought you hoarded weapons. Is this the first time you're holding a hammer?
I think he wants to live through this. Or at least win.
Yeah, fair enough. Again, hammers aren't my thing, but you guys have proven to be effective with hammers.
So, Deacon, what are you doing with this suit? They're rolling this thing on the pallet jack across the desert towards the Orkin. What are you doing with this thing?
So it's the power suit that Maul is going to be wearing eventually.
Yep.
I guess first I'll just take a look through it to see what sort of stuff needs to be fixed, or what stuff I could tell blatantly that needs to get fixed.
I mean, your experience in the Scout Service, you've probably seen this kind of armor before, but you probably never worked on it up close. But still, you've worked with exosuits and stuff before, so the first thing that you're going to notice is that any of its environmental stuff is compromised. You're relatively certain from the residue on the inside and what you've seen with the spore cannons that it was breached by a piece of shrapnel, and then a spore cannon was fired and evaporated the pilot inside the armor. So it's pretty nasty on the inside. And it's got some breaches from shrapnel. With that said, as long as he wears the undersuit for suit, integrity as far as being in space, as long as a chitin doesn't shoot at that specific hole, it's not in terrible condition. The main hand weapon it's just been peppered like a grenade's gone off near it, so it's probably not salvageable. And I assume that's you riding on the pallet jack as they're pushing it, looking this thing over, because you have to realize that this power armor is huge. For generations now, the trend in power armor is to make it bigger and bigger and bigger, and the Norse is the biggest that there's ever been. It's basically a light tank almost in size. It's twice the size of a person. It does make it very difficult to use it in any sort of boarding capacity, but as Maul has pointed out, the Chitin are bigger than you guys are.
Okay, so how many different piercings from the shrapnel can I see, and is it too long for me to try to patch all of them up?
You can go ahead and get started right now. You're going to get a couple of attempts. Go ahead and give me a mechanics roll. Use your education modifier.
Alright, education. Ooh, that is a 5.
Okay. Even with your modifier, huh?
Yep.
Okay, well, you've identified where all the holes are. You've given it a quick run over. You did stick your hand in the goo that used to be the pilot, which you decide not to tell Maul about.
Yeah, I was definitely not going to tell him about that regardless.
Okay. Sterling, you've just been basically gifted a new set of power armor. I mean, it's not yours technically, but it's yours for the duration of this combat. What do you want to do? You want to... First off, have you looked up in the Central Supply catalog this piece of armor?
I think I found it. It was the powered plate.
Yes, sir. It's a powered plate. It's the
Okay, so I did find it.
TL10 version, I think we went with.
Okay, tech level 10, got it. Okay.
Make sure you
Includes required skill. Okay.
make sure you up your stats by all this. Do you have vac suit as a skill? At 0 or higher? Or whatever whatever power
I have
plate
it
requires?
as a 1. So it's 1.
I don't know what power plate requires. I'll have to look it up. What vac suit rating does it say it has?
It needs a 1.
He's
So it needs a 1.
You're
and
good to
I've got
go.
a 1, so.
So you spend the time that you're heading over there, getting used to this thing and getting pointers from Maul on how it specifically works. Meanwhile, Maul is probably like just rubbing the shoulder of the Norse power armor. It's like an old friend to him.
I've named it Odin.
It's named it Odin. It's but for him, like the bulk of his life has been spent fighting the Chitin inside of one of these suits, and truthfully, he probably never thought he'd get to wear one again.
I'm also looking for a sheet of thick metal. There should be tons of wreckage, right?
Sure, you want to makeshift a shield?
Yeah, I want to make so. You know how I'm now bigger than I was. I'm like when I wear this, I will be twice as big as everybody else.
Yeah, you need a piece of like starship plating, but I'm gonna have to tell you, you're gonna have to drop a weapon for it.
I was only gonna carry the hammer and the shield. So
I
can drop the Vulcan cannon if I need to.
I suggest dropping the grenade launcher, but you can drop the Vulcan if you want.
I'll drop the grenade. I'll take the suggestion.
Yeah.
So what I want though is I want a shield that I can kind of put down and give everybody cover.
Okay.
Like does that make sense?
Yeah, so it's going to be massive if you do that. And I'm not going to stop you from doing it. I just want you to understand that might inhibit your ability to move. Even with the Chitin being bigger, something that big might make it difficult for you to move. You could do it. You're just going to have to very slowly advance. Or you can pick one that maybe provides cover for you and someone behind you. Then you can still move at your normal speed.
I can do that. Because he'll have he can take my other shield.
Yep.
That should give us a pretty decent forward-facing wall.
Do you guys want to coordinate some flanks maneuvers in this thing, which is going to really agitate Deacon and Scotchy as they're trying to repair the armor? And you're like, let's practice moving with the shields.
I do want to do that. Yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give a negative DM to them do your repairs. When we give you a positive DM, because you two are training together, if you use this maneuver, I'll give you a +1 on being able to use it. Because you've trained to use it.
And so it doesn't do any good to practice it outside of the armor, right? Like, because literally it's how the armor changes the way you move.
Yes, 100%. It's a physical thing. Okay, Craven, I was going to ask what you were doing next, but it sounds like you've already got your stuff sorted. Is there anything additional you were going to do?
No, I'm just trying to make sure, like, I get a cutting torch and kind of make a bigger version of the boarding shield so that I can use it appropriately.
Okay. Kizik, how's Sammy feeling? The Scions who were in that train, you barely felt them. Like they were minuscule, like they weren't even there. But this presence in orbit is enough to give you a migraine.
Yeah, I'm popping pills. I'm like debating hitting the button right now, but no, not yet. We only have 10 minutes of it. I'm trying to get in the right headspace, and I hear, "Hey, let's do this maneuver." Then I realize Sterling is the one that used to have the torch, the crazy torch. I'm gonna look around and see if anybody called dibs on that.
Crazy torch.
The plasma torch.
Crazy torch.
Plasma launcher, plasma thrower.
Oh, that big, huge thing.
The plasma jet. Yeah, I think he was the last one to hold that. I don't know where that card got to, but That was the thing. It's around here somewhere, I'm sure.
It's here somewhere. Yeah. Did you want it?
Oh, here it is. It's on Sterling's table.
We're about to board a potentially organic ship that so far we found is very susceptible to fire. I think I might want that.
Just be careful.
Well, you shoot it at people all the time.
He shot the APC 4 hours ago.
That was a test.
No, that was a misfire.
There you go. Yeah, I tripped.
All right, Ghost. Sorry, Sammy. Was that all you needed to do?
Yeah, I've got this thing now. This is going to be my anchor, and I'm going to touch my. I've got a little piece of the crystal that the guy that I felt die, I caught part of his, and that's my now focus.
Okay.
Now, this power armor, was I also using a hammer also, or what was going on with that?
I offered you a hammer and a boarding shield. Whether you use them or not is up to you. You don't have to use melee weapons with powered armor. You could just use the guns.
100%. All of that is true.
So what attachments did you have on the plate armor or the power armor?
It's sealed, and if it's on a planet, you can fly in it. It's not fly in space, so
if you're in an atmosphere, you can fly in it. Let me warn you ahead of time. It is a flyer check. It's a flyer wing check. It will insta-gib you if you are, say, inside of a giant starship and say, I want to try to rocket pack down to the other end. It's a really hard check, and if you fail it, there is no roll to save yourself.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to try that.
That's the GM saying, hey, this is a really bad idea, but it sounds like something you might try.
Oh, maybe. Well, we'll see.
On the bright side, I mean, if you do that and you fail, you can still fail really well and take a bunch of shit out with you as you just plow through it and then into a metal wall at full speed.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like the Iron Man Gen 1 suit.
Yeah, except he lived through it and you will not.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Talking about the one that was coming apart as he was landing.
To be fair, we might not.
Yeah, that one.
Session, anyways.
He also landed in nice soft sand.
Yep. I mean,
which is different from metal.
It's different than nice soft steel.
Starship grade.
Yeah. Okay. Ghost, cradling your carton of eggs.
Yeah, my little bommy here. I also want to work with Captain Pickard to. I don't know if the astrogate is the right word, but I want to figure out a good route to get up there to the Chiton mothership that we're about to board.
All right, so you walk up onto the Orkins Bridge, and Ryder and Picker are basically involved in that very same conversation. Basically, all the other ships took to orbit and took a straight line and are now massed in a massive engagement. Like there's the biggest space battle that Picker has ever seen this close up. It's not the biggest one there's ever been, but it's the biggest one he's seen this close. And his thing is, we're stealthy. We should go around this battle. Riker's opinion is, no, we're stealthy and well armed. We should fly through this battle because we're so stealthy they're not going to see us. Then we should shoot our boarding party off, and then we should turn around and join the fight. And they're having a mostly civil disagreement about which is the better course of action. Picker being more like, I want to live through this, and Riker being more like, if we don't win, everybody dies.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, both sides make sense, but I think it's time to everybody fights. So once we launch off, I think that the game plan should be to fight. I know it's pretty much suicide, but we've got a pretty decent ship, so it should work.
So Picker looks at you slightly disgruntled, and he's like, is the Colonel going to agree with that assessment?
I don't know. We can ask him.
If we aren't there to pick you up, and you have to set that bomb off.
That's a good point. but I'm pretty sure this is the end. And I just laugh like all crazy, like.
Oh yeah, that totally assured him. Let me see how he feels about that.
Yeah.
He barely keeps his shit together and just pinches his nose and is like, all right, compromise. We will definitely join the fight, but what we'll do is we'll try to stay out of the blast radius.
Oh yeah, that's a given. You should definitely try to stay out of the blast radius. Oh, Paladin said the blast radius is like the atmosphere, so be on planet. You know, when it goes.
Or that far away in the other direction.
Yeah, true that.
Okay. So everyone's had their preparation round. I'm assuming that we're now going to suit up. Deacon, you can give me one more mechanics check, and I'm going to roll one for Scotchy. Oh. 9 plus 2.
Hey, I got an 11.
So the effect from Scotchy is 3. What's the effect from your roll? You said you got an 11?
Yep.
With all your modifiers?
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty, so that pretty much patches the suit up. I mean, they're not really good patches, but all of the holes have been covered, and actually, like, armor plating has been, like, welded over top of it. Doesn't look pretty, but it would stop a bullet. Okay. Let's gather our forces again, including the orcs. We're going to that token. Don't need these guys. No other conversations or anything anyone wants to have before I close this map, right?
Nope. I'm good.
I do need a quick bio because I've been downing Red Bull, so I'll be right back.
Oh man, is Tickles coming?
Do you
Yeah,
want?
we should bring Tickles.
I don't remember. Can he survive in space?
Yes, he can. Remember, he was the one that was going in and out.
Are you sure that wasn't the dogs?
That was him.
I was picturing he kind of sounded like your puppy, you know? That's kind of what Tickle sounded like.
Yeah, we're having that disagreement right now. Is me and Tickles? It's like, whoa, you want me to go where? And they have what? And that's just like what we're gonna do. You hear, "Ruff!" She's actually laid down, and I barked, and now she's looking at me like, why?
Oh, it's okay to do that? We're gonna keep doing that then.
No, you started it now.
Do you have your sniper rifle?
I do, but I don't know if we want to use it.
Yeah, we got an advanced combat rifle. You got a flamethrower.
I do have my flamethrower, my hand flamer.
We've got a sawed-off shotgun.
I have a bomb.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of important. You don't.
That's pretty impressive. Yeah, I've just got my laser pistol and flame rifle. And my dog is apparently trying to talk to Jeremy's dog.
They should FaceTime.
That's what dogs do. They talk to each other.
Yeah. So when Jeremy was talking, I got to hear 2 sets of high-pitched squeals of demanding dogs.
The Orkan lifts off into orbit, taking the mostly direct course that has been picked by the crew, and comes up behind a pretty massive space battle that represents the last of the Zion Trade defenders. It is kind of a mess up here. Lots of floating rock, debris, and parts of starships that have come loose, you know, from the battle and the destroyed starport. There are the new Chiton warships. This is the first time you guys have seen them in person, but they're the ones you heard about from the Battle of Westons. And then over at the other end is this giant Titan ship that is piercing down on the planet with this giant beam. It appears to be encircled by some sort of glowing field. Is all of this rendering in for you guys? I'm using a lot of FX stuff from the new kit.
No, it looks good here.
We've got glowy bits here and blue smoke here and a big shield thing here.
Yep.
Copy.
Excellent.
What are the asteroids doing?
Moving and crushing things and smashing into each other. They look like they're the remnants of several asteroids that were brought into orbit for mining. When things started exploding, they got jostled around. So they're over here. Also, some of these asteroids are actually bits of the space station.
And the Titan ship is surrounded by a field?
Yes, can you not see it?
Oh, I can. I'm wondering what that field is.
Oh. Well, since you guys have never experienced anything like that before, that would be a valid question to ask. Picker and Ryder and Wolf are going to be having that same conversation on the bridge of, what the hell is that? I mean, we've heard of energy shields before, but they don't look like that.
Are you going to be able to get us through that field?
I don't know. We should probably try to fire a missile or something through it to see what happens first. I would hate to run into it full speed and then find out that it stops us.
Yeah, has anybody else fired anything at it that we can see?
Not that you can see at this moment. Blatantly, things have tried to shoot at it because there's wreckage of starships everywhere. But right now, the Titan ships have formed like a battle line, and they're keeping the current forces at bay. As you guys say that, a couple squadrons of fighters zip past and ahead. There's also everything like, when I say, we got shuttles right here, this is like what would normally be a civilian taxi that they have strapped a bunch of guns on that are flying. Everything that can fly is in part of this massive furball that's starting to push towards the enemy. The enemy have these small fighters. They're hard to see on this background. I should have made them a different color. But they have these small spider-like fighters that are super fast, and they're zipping around in these swarms. It looks like an insect swarm. And they seem almost to work as a hive mind. Like when one of them attacks something, all of them attack that thing.
I don't like any of that. Okay.
Are they manned or?
I don't think it's information that you would know by looking at them, but you could probably do some life sciences checks if you want. Like you have sensors, you could find that out.
No, that's fine.
All right. Well, what do our sensors say about the force field around that thing?
Go ahead and give me some science rolls. Science this shit up. Who has sensors as a skill? I bet the former scout service guy does.
I have a rank of 0 in it, so that's better than nothing.
0 is in fact better than nothing in Traveler, as counterintuitive as that is.
Better than -3.
Yep.
Is it intellect or education?
I'm going to go with intellect for this one because this is nothing you've ever encountered before.
That is a 6.
It's still better than you needed to get some information, but not as good as you would obviously hope for. It is an electromagnetic field of some variety, and it looks like it would probably, like if you shot a missile at this thing, you're relatively certain that as soon as the missile touched that, it would fry everything in it. You're not sure what it would do to the ship, but it probably won't be good.
Your guess is that it takes out electronics as they pass through it.
Yes. Alright. Clearly going through that is not a good idea.
No. Going through it with any electronics activated is a bad idea.
There you go.
If we power down both the power armors and coast in, we should be able to be dropped off. How far out does that field extend? Like how much drift would we have to have?
You probably wouldn't want to jump it, although you could. But it's definitely within pod range. It probably only extends half a click off of the surface of the ship. It's also a perfect sphere. Most shields you guys are familiar with actually ride the skin of the ship they're in. This is a perfect sphere, which is unusual.
Okay. So we use a pod. We get as close as we can get without going through the field with the ship. We use a pod to launch past it. The pod will, of course, be fried, but it'll last long enough to get us into the ship.
It'll be fried if it's activated its electronics. Yes.
Yeah, then shoot us ballistically in that pod, and then we'll turn it on once we make it inside the shield.
Yes.
There you go.
All right. Well, we've got something like a plan. Question.
Mm-hmm.
So if electronics, so that thing fries electronics. Wonder what would happen if they tried to use the asteroids as ballistic missiles.
Well, they don't have electronics on them. They also don't have anything like a tractor beam. They'd have to tow cable it. But that's not a terrible tactic if you can figure out a way to make it happen.
I mean, alternatively, you just tie rockets to them and let the momentum do the rest.
I mean, if you had hours of engineering work to do, you could totally do that.
Yeah, that's advanced 3-dimensional. Hopefully the spin, you got to get it perfect. I know a lot about asteroids.
Don't you have psi powers? Can't you just move them with your mind?
You mean you're trying to push an asteroid?
Look at
In the middle
of the thing and just pull it in.
I mean, there's no gravity out here, so technically, they're lighter than normal.
Yeah, there's something that's infinitely stronger than anything I've ever felt inside that thing. I don't want it to go, hey, wait, I feel a huge psionic out there. Just die and have me immediately die.
Well, let me ask you, what's the bomb going to act like going through this sphere?
Yeah, we should build it a Faraday cage.
Can I turn it off? Is that how that works?
So, you ever had this thing where you don't know if your refrigerator light really cuts off when you close the door?
Right.
It's supposed to cut off when you close the case, but it turns on as soon as you open the case.
Okay.
Yeah, open and close it real fast.
With your level of mechanics skill, I'm guessing that's... Oh, wait, no, you did take mechanics as a skill, didn't you? How much mechanics do you have?
I have a 0 in mechanics.
What about electronics? You got anything in there?
I have a 0 in electronics.
Go ahead and give me a roll, either or, electronics or mechanics. You call it before you roll it, and I'll tell you what you can figure out.
All right. This is more of an electronics check. So electronics. See what this does. Is that an intelligence though too?
Yes, so 100%. This is a device you've never been trained to use, so you can't use education.
But I got a 10.
Oh, okay. It definitely is in a dormant state until the power's activated. The power's on a simple circuit switch attached to opening the case. Once you press the arm switch, though, it bypasses all of that. So as long as you don't arm it, it should be okay to pass through any sort of EM field. You rolled a 10, so your worry is going to be, is that field solid or just a perimeter?
Oh, yeah. Gotcha. Okay. We won't know until we're inside.
I say we chuck something at it, see what happens.
Well, I mean, we can set it up so we launch. We're gonna launch. We're gonna hopefully get close before we turn the ship on, and if that fries everything, then we'll open the bomb up and set it off then.
Yeah, but we can't, because as soon as we open it up, it'll get fried.
Yeah.
Not if I arm it with a dead man switch.
You have a valid point. I don't have an answer for it. Let's go.
Okay.
Or we could shoot a missile. Can we remotely start a missile after it's been trajectorily expelled and through the...
Since you guys have talked about this for a minute, I am going to do that thing where Picker started to maneuver through the battle. He seems to be drafting, for lack of a better term, this Wildcat. It's a landing craft, but someone has graffitied the shit out of it, and it's got missiles, which is unusual for it. It's basically a landing craft that's been built for dogfighting, and he's following this thing on a serpentine course through. As you guys are discussing this, Ryder turns around as you say, "Can we program a missile to go off delayed?" And he's like, "Yeah, actually, I can definitely do that. Question is, can I do it before we get there?" And he like runs to the missile console and starts typing fanatically.
I mean, that'll be proof of concept. And then we get in the next pod and fly that or jump that in.
Okay.
Wait, hold up. Are we ballistically firing a missile and then activating the missile after it's through somehow?
Basically, what Riker's or I'm gonna mess it up so much now. What Ryder's trying to do is trying to activate the warhead section after it's reached a certain distance of travel, so that it activates after it's went through. So he doesn't know if it's going to work yet or not, but he is going to try to send a missile ahead of you, and if the missile turns on and pings back, regardless of whether it hits anything, that'll tell you whether or not the field is active on the inside of the perimeter.
Alright. Solid plan. I give him thumbs up.
The next problem Captain Picker's going to point out is there's a massive radiation field in the middle of this, which would do wonders for our stealth. It will also blind us completely. We won't be able to. It will be on visual flying the whole way through, and we'd have to fly through the middle of the enemy formation, hoping our stealth system held up. If we do that, alternately we can go around it, but that's where the Chiton warships, the big new ones that have, super big weapons, they've parked themselves on either side of this thing. I vote go down the middle, but it is risky.
Middle it is.
Yep, I vote go down the middle.
Alright, let me do a piloting roll for Mr. Wolf. Is anyone helping flying the ship, or what are we doing?
Yeah, I'd like to help pilot.
Good call.
Okay. Go ahead and give me just like a straight co-piloting roll, we'll call it. Just use your piloting skill.
12.
Oh, yeah. Alright, well, he had already passed, so I was just seeing if you had any detriment, which you totally didn't. So, you guys enter the radiation field, and instantly, like, all the sensors and then flight assist and everything just goes to scrambled white noise. And, the noise in the bridge, like, as first there's an alarm, the captain silences it. He's drinking tea. He's not, he's not hovering over you guys' shoulder that's flying. He's just sitting back in his captain's chair, drinking tea. Like, this is either going to happen well, or we're all going to die, and there's nothing I can do about it from here. And you guys zip between asteroids. It's almost like a ballet. The fighter that you guys were following decides to go around, and joins a small swarm of fighters that is making a run over at some stuff on this side. The bigger ships have moved in now and are starting to trade missile volleys, so while you guys don't have sensors, you can see explosions and things going off as these ships have moved into position, started trading blows with each other. And you guys come out the other side. The electronics start to come online, and the only thing Picker says is, go ahead and turn off all active sensors. Any type of flight control, make sure the stealth systems are the only thing drawing power. Go ahead and just cut off the life support. We won't need the air recycled if this goes badly anyway. And the ship goes deadly quiet. Everyone holding their breath.
Definitely.
Okay. Ahead of you, some of the half-converted Chiton ships. They look like they were probably actually ripped out of the debris and infected probably pretty recently, are just floating in the way, forming more or less a meat shield. You guys drift past them, and the tentacles don't make any attempt to grab the ship. As soon as you're past that group of them, Picker orders the ship to come back up to full readiness, but to leave the stealth systems active, and then Ryder fires his missile, which careens towards the ship. And then Picker looks at you guys, and he's like, I think it's probably time for you to get into the shuttle if you're going to use the shuttle pod.
Load up.
Yeah, moving very carefully with my eggs.
Alright, so is you guys' last chance to grab anything from the ship? You decide that you need it?
Lock node?
Now I'm assuming with the power armor, I'm probably not carrying tons of stuff since I've got the power armor, right?
It would increase your ability to carry stuff, actually. But it's up to you what you want to bring with you. Bring a loadout that you're happy with, because this is going to be an all or nothing kind of thing.
You generally get 3 good items. You've already got 2 if you're carrying the hammer and the shield.
Did you have a card number for the hammer shield?
It's
it is
static maul.
Yeah, static maul.
Static maul for the hammer. The shield we're using, it's the standard shield they have, but I've modified the rules for it. How much did I give you on the DM?
8.
It's a +8 to your DM if you're using the shield. You need to call using the shield, and it only works with things that shoot you from the front. Or things that shoot you from the facing you have the shield on. So if you're not using the shield and you've got it on your left-hand side, it still blocks fire from the left. But you have to call in advance where it is. Otherwise, it's assumed it's in front of you.
Okay, so shield and you said static maul?
Yep.
Boarding shield and static maul. It's maul and mini maul.
Okay. Everyone else is sorted?
Yeah.
It's not a stopping maul.
And so it's just the static maul, right? Just the
Static
hammer.
maul.
Yeah, just the
Tech
static
level
maul.
11.
I honestly think the static maul is better than the gravity hammer. I know that I'm going to get an argument here, but I honestly think the static maul is probably the best hammer-based weapon in the game that's in the book.
Yeah, you're not wrong in most situations.
It's pretty badass. Although, in the future, there may be a class of weaponry that isn't technically a hammer that might trump that. We'll see. So I've gone through. Oh, Sammy, you're much closer to this presence now. Is there anything you want to do?
Yeah, I'm trying to lower my psionic presence as much as I can.
Okay.
But I have my visor on. I have the button in my hand, and I'm ready to turn it on once we're inside the shield.
Okay. Alright, so the shuttle pops out of the docking bay. The Orkin does a flip, kind of like end over end style in front of the shuttle, because it actually ejects backwards when it comes out. And then you see it fall in behind this thing and immediately open up with everything it's got and start just cooking this ship as you guys coast towards coast into the shield. The missile that was fired ahead of you very briefly pings from the inside. You get a very staticky return from it. The problem is that it's difficult to tell if that staticky return is the shield was active or the shield wasn't active. Can't tell if it's interference or if there was actually a problem on the inside, because it almost is immediately picked off by a point defense laser.
Oh, shit.
So, you guys are powered when you launch. I'm assuming someone's going to want to make a piloting roll to shoot you like a missile and then shut everything down.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
Lining them up.
Okay, so what I'm going to want from everyone who's capable of doing it is a piloting roll, an electronics roll, and a mechanics roll from as many people who can do them.
I can do my electronics.
And what this is for piloting the ship and then powering down all the EM stuff and then, following your procedure to get close and then cut it back on.
Was it piloting electronics and what?
And mechanics.
I got a 10 on the electronics.
I can do electronics.
Excellent.
I got a 8 + 2 + 2, 12 on the piloting.
Excellent.
I got a 6 on electronics.
I got a 10 with electronics.
Okay, so a lot of electronics rolls. No one went for mechanical. That's good to know. Okay.
We just don't have it.
That's fine. That's fine.
I know our mechanic rolled electronics instead.
It's okay.
My bad. Should I have rolled mechanics?
Yes.
It's
You're
ju-
the only one.
You are the only one that is a mechanic. Yes.
It's just different approaches to do things. It's flipping the breakers versus running the shutdown command. So,
Said I got a 10 with electronics. That would make it an 11 if it were mechanics.
no, we already went for it. It's fine. So you guys coast through. As you hit the shield, any electronics that were forgotten instantly blink off, and if you're wearing like a wristwatch, it shocks you. Not like damaging a shock you, but like static electricity to kind of shock you. And like everyone has forgotten something somewhere. Like there's a data pad that cooks on the counter. There's there's things in the ship that have definitely gone off, but the main ship systems are all shut down. The engine core, though, the actual fusion core, or sorry, not fusion core, what are they called? The maneuver drive, it shuts down in a way where it's going to need someone to go back there and reboot it manually. Like someone's going to have to go hit a button. And you are currently ballistically headed towards the surface of this giant starship.
Somebody turn that chip on. We're about to hit it.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna go run back and hit the maneuvering button.
Okay. Give me a simple mechanics check.
It's gonna go extremely well. As a mechanic.
It's the big red button. Mechanic, hit it.
Only we had a mechanic.
9.
It definitely doesn't. You needed a 4.
Okay, good.
So you pull the magic red lever. The ship comes back to life. Once again, static and electricity. The ship is hardened against normal levels of EM, which appears to be what's going on right now. But it's definitely it's having some issues. Now I need a very hard piloting roll to put this thing down on the surface without damaging it, without any sort of flight assist, because all of your sensors are completely scrambled. Everything inside this bubble is being bombarded with EM and radioactive material, and you're going to have to land by visually looking out the window.
So can we aid whoever's piloting?
100%.
Yeah.
If anyone wants to do something like, narratively say, I'm going to do X, Y, or Z to make it better, that'll earn extra rolls that you can put into that piloting roll before the pilot just rolls it.
Yeah, recon, right?
A recon would be a great roll.
Are we close enough to the surface where one of us could jump out and try to hand direct him down to land?
Well, he's moving at Mach 10. So
I got a 6 on recon, so I tell him, there's it's coming up.
Giant ship ahead.
Very close. Probably should slow down.
you got a 6.
Yeah, I'm not a scout, man. I hit things with a fucking hammer.
Okay. Well, it's a -2. Let's see if anyone else can elaborate on giant ship.
I'll see how well I can look. That is, if it's intellect, it's an 8.
Yeah, I think it's recon is your int plus your recon score.
If it was a social skill now, that would have been an 8.
Oh, yeah, give me an inspiring speech.
Oh, that's what he should have done. Yeah, so I got an 8 with the recon intellect.
So you got an 8, so that's a wash. Okay. Sterling, you helping in any way?
Yeah, you guys are pushing buttons and stuff. It sounds like things are coming back on, right?
The engine has come back on. The electronics are having difficulties. Mostly they're looking out the window being like, no, go left. No, go right. What, your left or my right? That's what it sounds like coming out of the cockpit right now.
I think I'm just going to sit down and put my seatbelt on.
Okay. Sterling says this is going well.
Out of curiosity, were you paying attention to anything that happened in the last 45, 50 seconds?
Oh my god. Alright. Let me do the alright, so go ahead and roll your piloting roll, Kizik.
Get a 7 plus 2 plus 2, 11.
So the shuttle hits the surface of this thing and slides, grating metal on stone on metal until it slides right up to a bay door. It's a great parking job. There are holes in the shuttle now. And a lot of the electronics are blinking like blue screens of death and warning labels. But you are safely on the surface of this ship. Now that you're on the surface and within the field, visually you can see that it's actually an incredibly simple ship. There are many different cocoons that are all just strung up to this central platform. It's incredibly simple. It just holds the crystal in place. And it has a set of catwalks on it. And on that catwalk is a almost ethereal looking version of one of the ancients, just pacing up and down the catwalk, and you can see it from where you're at.
One of the ancients, like the people that we saved in the
Yes.
in those cities.
Yes, it looks like one of those.
So they've weaponized one of those cities.
It's not a question you'd have an answer to right now.
We still going for stealth, or do I want to talk to this? Also, oh my goodness, did you see that landing?
Well, the real question is, how do you guys want to enter? It's blatantly obvious you've landed next to a door. It looks like that door probably takes you into the main structure that's holding the crystal, which is currently burning as a psi blade down onto the planet. Alternately, you could continue walking along the surface of this ring that's holding it in place, or you could go investigate any of the cocoons that are strapped up to it.
Where's the exact center of this sphere?
The exact center of that sphere is coming from the Psi Ember area, the center of the ship. And you can actually see blue and red beams coming together to make a purple, like spray almost that comes out periodically and then dissipates, that hits the shield. Like you can see where it's like feeding from it, and then the beam itself is like a flow of water coming out of it until it hits the end, and then it's turning into, death and destruction.
Can the ship start again?
That's a thing you'd have to do a check for, but you can check that if you want.
Oh, we want to see if our getaway ship works, or are we just going to go in?
No, you've got a good plan. We should check to see if we can get out of here if we need to.
Okay. So let's do a quick mechanical check on the ship. Everyone tell me what you're doing to investigate the ship, and then give me a roll.
We need engines first, so I'm going to head back to the engine area and see if that red button is still there.
So Ghost got the engines started. They are on. Everything electronic in this room is in a semi-state of function. You couldn't tune the engine right now, but it is on. You're also relatively certain that if you cut it off, it'd probably never cut on again.
Also, I'm going to leave the engine running. Can I rev it just a little bit to see if it changes?
Sure, give me a piloting check for that. And while he's doing that, who's up next?
Got a 12 on that piloting check, trying to do it stealthy.
Okay. The engine does pulse a little bit. You probably nudged it just ever so slightly. The landing gear didn't have time to fully extend, so the grinding noise you hear, you're relatively certain that you ripped the landing gear off, but that's tertiary. You don't need those.
Yeah, I think if we hit go, we could probably go for a long time. Oh no, we'd have to turn everything off to get out of the bubble. Oh, it's going to be a tough one.
You also do only.
You're going to have to aim us when you start at where we want to go, and then ballistically get there, and possibly turn it back on. But that seems unlikely at the moment.
That's actually exactly what I was about to say.
Question: what stops us from just taking that bomb over to that crystal, setting it, and leaving?
That's the whole fucking plan.
That is.
I saw a semi-transparent elder. Maybe him.
Do you want to talk to him before we blow him up, or?
I don't know. He might not be friendly. Why would they agree to blow up a planet?
They probably didn't agree. They're probably being forced, like they were the last 3 times we've run into them.
Right. This seems kind of petty, but can I roll my electronics checks just to make sure the singularity bomb is still working?
You can roll your check, but I'd like a physical description of what you're doing.
So we've passed through everything. Everybody else is getting the ship straightened out. And I'm not a mechanic, but my whole goal here was this bomb. So, I'm gonna open the case to make sure that it can still function and turn on, and then go through. I guess, actually, we're here. I should arm it.
Go ahead and give me either electronics or mechanics, but whichever one you prefer, plus intellect for your check for that.
Okay. 12.
You open the case. The very first thing you notice is that the timer isn't working anymore. Furthermore, there's enough little discharge, like when you touch the buttons, that you're worried that if you hit the arm button, it might just go off.
Damn. Bad news, team. Whoever built this bomb didn't build it to withstand that shit that we just came through. So, this is now not a timed thing, and one of us is probably going to have to stay behind to trigger it.
Could try and repair it. I mean, we have some capable people.
That is by far more advanced than anything I've ever worked on. But
Yeah.
Is that more advanced than when it blows up and you die?
I mean, the timer is simple, right? Like, it's, yeah, the bomb is advanced, but the timer's got to be a simple timer.
Yeah, could we build a mechanical timer?
Hook it up to my watch.
Your watch just exploded when we went through that field.
Just get one of those little birds. Those little birds with the water that it boils and they tip,
Yeah.
and then we put that over the button and we're done.
Or like a spring-loaded watch.
Oh, that'll work. You guys got a mechanical watch.
my thought was we create some sort of a mechanical dead man that maybe Sammy could trip with his psionic powers once we are far enough away. That seems like a really long psionic power.
Actually, he has telekinesis. He could probably do that.
Well, plus he's got that boosting stuff that he has too. You could use that real quick.
Well, again, we first would have to plant this and get the hell out of here. So, but that's my thought process.
I like the idea of the mechanical dead man switch and somehow triggering it from away.
Who's within view of the front windows on the shuttle?
I guess I could say I was there because I haven't looked at the shuttle yet. My thought was initially see how messed up the landing was and if there's anything mechanically that might keep us down.
Okay.
For our getaway.
Anyone who can see the front windshield of the shuttle, go ahead and roll a perception check. Since we've taken a few minutes to examine our predicament and problem.
Got a 11.
Boxcars.
Pretty good so far.
Yeah, 5.
Okay. Sterling his seatbelt is stuck. And he's making noises like you hear from your kid when they're trying to get out of the seatbelt and they can't. And they're too embarrassed to ask for help. That's exactly what's happening to Sterling right now. Boxcars. So Craven looks out the window and spots several things happening simultaneously. First off, 2 of those cocoons that are closest to you, like orifices have opened and chitin are coming out of them. And it's not a few, it's a lot. There are already dozens of them pouring out. And they appear to be aware of the shuttle. They aren't all running straight towards it or anything, but they're definitely like moving like in cover and tactically advancing on the shuttle's position. The other thing you notice is that The Orkin is still engaged with that, and you see it briefly going by and fighting one of these ships, and the ship has two tentacles buried in the Orkin, and it's basically in a kind of a... It's not a death spiral, but they're locked together, and the turret side of the Orkin is on the underbelly of this thing, and Ryder appears to be trying to cut the ship in half with the laser turret, because they're locked together, but they're spinning fanatic like wildly as they come through the corner and go out this way.
Yeah, I'm gonna step out the ship and open up with the Vulcan cannon,
Good call.
and I'm gonna tell everyone it's time to go.
Okay. Are you advancing into the doors that are in front of you, or are you going to stay outside on the surface?
So I'm going to take a position that gets everybody a quicker entrance into the building, while I try to hold back the things coming at us.
Okay. So, being familiar with Norse power armor, you know that there's two modes. You can move and shoot, as you would traditionally move, and basically it's normal combat. We don't have to explain that. That's normal rules. It also has siege mode, where you give up your ability to move, not just for your current turn, but for your next turn, because it has to convert back. And you can fire each of its weapon systems independently. You can fire the Vulcan cannon, the hammer, or you went with the shield for this. Really just the Vulcan cannon and the hammer. You can use each of your weapons. That's kind of what it was built to do. But you surrender all of your ability to maneuver at all.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could do that. I don't know if there's an advantage to it, but I'll try. Give it a whirl.
It's not as beneficial with you having swapped over to the shield and the hammer. When you had three ranged weapons, it was going to be pretty badass.
Yep. That's okay. I like ruining it for you.
It's okay. I was trying to give you something.
I'm pretty happy. I want to hit something.
Well, then you can just leave it in there and take the bonuses, and it'll still be fun. But if you're outside on the surface, and you're not inside yet, we're going to stay on this map, and I'm going to build you a little combat arena, real quick. And if you are going to be inside, then we're going to switch to the inside map. It's just I don't want to move the maps until we're going inside. So, I'm assuming from what you said that you're staying on the surface outside the doors.
Yeah, so I'm attempting to post up right at the door to give everybody a little extra cover to get in.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to start trying to hold the Chitin back until everybody's in, and then I'll go in and close the door.
Okay.
I think that could take 2 rounds. It would definitely give them a better ability to not have enemies at the front and the back.
All right, so lock.
And I'll tell Sterling to go in first.
Well, the other thing is, are we going to take some time to try to rig a detonator for this bomb while you're doing that?
We might, but first we're going to get into somewhere safer-ish. Kind of questionable, but we'll go with that.
I don't have a door on this map like I have the other ones, so this door. Okay, so here's a little combat map. The Chitin that are advancing on you are not going to be slouches. And there are a good number of them coming towards you. I'm not going to simulate all of them for each combat round. I'm assuming they're going to come in waves. So let me move you to where you want to be. Actually, we can just use your token if you want. It's up to you.
No, I like this new one. I'll use it for now.
Okay. I have to lock it in place when it's in its combat mode, because...
we can use mine then, and just make it bigger.
Okay, it's up to you. I can also leave it in this phase, where it doesn't have all the weapons on it as attachments, but it moves correctly, if that's okay. It even looks like it's holding a hammer.
Yeah, that's fine too.
Okay, well, you'll do it like that. Okay, and then the shuttle here. Alright, everybody put yourself on the board as you exit the shuttle. You don't have to exit the shuttle yet, but if you do, put yourself on the board. And everybody give me an initiative roll. Fast of mind or fast of body?
7.
7.
Go ahead and put your stuff in the sideboard. I'm going to do Eddie's real quick.
Is that athletics or is that just?
Oh, I forgot. Only one person can modify this at a time. It's just your strength or your dexterity or your intellect. So there's a thing called a leadership role where you can surrender your initiative slot in order to give everyone else a bonus. But I haven't played with it, and I don't know the rules really well on it, so I don't think we should try it on the finale episode.
No problem. I got a 9.
Who's typing? I got a 13.
I
I'm
can't.
typing.
I can't type. I'm going to turn off my typing ability. I forgot only one person could do it at a time.
Alright, so I got a 4. Go
7 here.
7 for Graybeard.
The bad guys are 8, 7, 6, and 6.
Alright, 8766. Kizik, what was yours?
7.
Okay.
Badass music stopped.
Alright, I think that's right.
Okay. Alright, so are we... Yep, we're sorted. So, Ghost, you are first. You're wearing your boarding vac suit, I'm assuming?
Yes.
So you're taking no penalties. You are able to fire your Gauss rifle in space. It is capable of doing that. But the first thing you notice when you step out of here is there is no atmosphere. There is gravity. There is no atmosphere.
Well, that's fun. That's fun. Okay, so I'm gonna bring my singularity bomb into a place where I've got cover.
Okay.
And then I was actually working on getting that timer fixed.
Okay, so you brought a little box of tool stuff out there and you're going to try and work on that? You're going to try to do a mechanics check?
I was going to try to do another electronics roll. Try to hook it up to my watch.
Okay, I will absolutely accept that. It's a pretty hard thing to do, especially getting shot at, so you're going to take a setback dice for being in combat, and it is a relatively normal check, so we're going to say an 8+, but you take your setback dice.
Alright, I only got a 6.
Okay. It isn't enough to blow yourself up, but it definitely didn't work.
Alright.
Graven. You also notice that there's no atmosphere. You are in this soft suit inside of this armor. This armor isn't, like, they've repaired it, but it still isn't sealed. And
Really?
yeah, your biggest concern is that if they poke a hole in it, that you're going to have a limited amount of time to get into that door. But unless they really fuck you up, you feel like you can probably do that. It's just something you know you need to be mindful of.
Yep. No, I'm going to go with spray and pray at the moment.
Okay, so you're going to use the Vulcan cannon to engage. You've already looked that up, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay.
It's auto 6.
It absolutely is auto
First
6.
time I've ever used auto, and I'm going to use full auto.
Okay,
Which I believe is at times 9, right?
its magazine is massive, so I don't think you have any concerns in that department, but I put the rules for auto.
Round.
Yeah. So just make sure you follow those rules I posted. They're not the standard ones. 1,000 rounds, I don't think you're going to run out of ammunition anytime soon.
No, it's so it's times 9 for full auto,
Mhm.
which is 54 shots.
Mhm.
How do I? So I just roll to hit.
You roll your damage. You have to roll your to hit on the hardest target. So if you want to do the whole group, you're going to pick the guy in the absolute back. But in truth, that's not going to make it any more difficult because they're clustered together. But then what you do is you roll your attack 6 times, I think it is. Is it?
Yep.
It's your,
You rolled.
yeah, you got to
And then
roll.
multiply that by 9.
You multiply your damage by 9.
Then you roll your damage 6 times, or however many times you hit.
Yep. So basically, you get up to your auto score. You roll that many attacks, and then you roll damage that many times, and then you multiply.
All right, so I'm gonna start. So I roll 6 times. So I do that first.
Oh no, sorry, you don't multiply. The multiply is getting to roll it that many times.
The multiply is for the bullets that you're shooting.
Yeah, it's for the ammunition expended. Like I said, most of those rules you're not gonna have to worry about because 54 you can fire like 20 times.
That is 10, 11. That's 11.
Okay. You don't have to actually tell me what each of them are. You can just write them down. The only one that's going to really matter is the big bad.
11, 11, 13 boxcars.
And those are your to hits.
One more. That one should miss. That's 5 plus 3 is 8. Oh, it hits.
Okay. Let me do something fun for you. How many d6 is it per attack?
Hold on, I'm bringing up the rules real quick.
4D is the Vulcan machine gun damage.
All right, 4d, and you've got 6 of them.
Yes.
This huge stack of dice over here. Go ahead and roll that. That's your damage.
Where?
Plus, there was a boxcars in there.
There was a boxcar. I don't think it's going to matter, though. That is 68 damage. So the first spray goes down, and even with this big guy taking in the leading the charge, there's this hose of bullets that comes out of the power armor, and they just straight up they get gibbed instantly. And now it is Baddie's turn. So we're gonna go into each of the remaining bad guys. Like there's still more coming, but they're gonna take a round to get to the entrance. So we're gonna skip to Greybeard and Kizik.
So I'm assuming Big Baddie's still here, right?
No, he just hosed them all down. You have a 1-turn reprieve. There's going to be more coming. You can see them coming. It's like looking at the Zerg coming up on the Terran bunker. There are hundreds of them coming, but they're not here yet.
Yeah, get inside. You need to provide cover for John, who has the bomb that is literally the only reason we're here.
Copy. So I'm going to kind of take a couple steps back, make sure John's got some cover, and just get prepared. I think what I'm going to end up getting myself ready to use is going to be my advanced combat rifle. I've got an auxiliary grenade launcher on it too. So I'm just going to get that ready for the Zerg.
Okay. You're providing cover. Since you're prepping for a whole round, that means you'll take a +3 on your next attack, assuming that you attack from the current position you're in.
Copy.
Okay. Kizik?
I heard we're trying to set some kind of trigger to this bomb so that I can psionically pull it out. I jump beside John Shear, and I reach into my arm pocket to the egg that I had been holding secret forever that I'm very attached to, and I tie that mechanically to the trigger.
This is your psionic gift from the beginning, or this is the crystal you pulled out of the other guy?
This is my psionic gift from the beginning.
Okay, so you are basically linking yourself to this bomb.
Yeah.
Okay. John, he pulls out this incredibly old-looking device that you do not recognize. And he says, which of these wires makes it explode? And when you point to it, he plugs these wires into this device and puts it in there. You have no idea what it does.
What the fuck are you doing? You can't do that.
You said I need to be able to psionically trigger it. I can trigger it.
I guess Sure. I mean, I was gonna put my watch on it, but yeah, you put that weird fucking egg thing on there. That's cool.
You said carry it like eggs. Now carry it like it's real eggs, because don't lose this. I mean, I'm gonna lose this.
Also, if you guys want to make a combined electronics check to give this a once-over, you can do that. Even though you're going to have to use intelligence instead of education, because John has never seen anything like this device, so he's got to figure it out as he's taking it apart and putting it back together. Also, that means he's going to be taking your special thing apart and putting it back together.
Yeah, can I assist him as we're doing that?
Yeah, you guys can make a combined check. It's your turn, actually, so this is really him assisting you.
I got an 11 to assist you.
So that's a +3 to electronics versus mechanics.
You can use your psionic score if you want to. Because
Excellent.
as he's really wiring it, you're just making sure you can cut it off and on.
I got it with his +3, a 14.
Okay. You're clicking it on and off. You're relatively certain with a 14 and everything like that. If you were outside of the EM field, you're relatively certain you just restored the timer function. It just won't work while you're in the field.
Nice. I say it's going to blow when it needs to blow. Let's get inside.
Okay, so Raccoon, you are the next up.
All right. I guess I'm gonna walk up there towards the door, and hope that I can just open it without doing any actual checks.
So the door is openable. It's almost as though the Chiton never thought anyone would willingly come to this place.
All right. I guess I'm gonna brace myself for whatever if it's pressurized on the inside of this door.
It's an airlock. Right now, only the outer hatch is accessible because nobody's cycled it yet. But you can take cover in the frame like the other guys have in prep. It's a thing you might want to do with hundreds of baddies bearing down on you.
Okay. Yeah. I was hoping to get us ready to run inside and just shut this behind us, but
Okay, you can open that outer door if you want.
yeah, that seems like the plan. I was gonna open the outer door and get set to shut it behind me when everybody else comes inside of this.
Okay. All set. You can do that. Back to the top of the round. Ghost, you've had this very interesting interaction with Kizik. You did notice as you guys were putting this back together that if it wasn't for the interference, it seems to be interfering with everything else. The timer and the bomb seems to be back in functioning condition if we could just do something about this field. And then you look up and there are more Chitons swarming through this hole. There's another one of these big bads. This time there's a couple of the little guys. Little fast-moving poisonous acid teeth people. Little guys. And they're like swarming through the hole. You also hear... No, you feel, because you're in space, so there's no sound. Like, what your suits translates as sound are actually vibrations it feels through the rock. And you feel like there's stuff around you as well. Like, what you're looking at is just what you can see, but there's more coming that are going to be coming from other directions.
We need to get the fuck in there, guys. Come on. I'm gonna lead the way into... You said there's like a big double door set?
Yeah, so there's an outer airlock door that Deacon just opened. Everyone needs to be inside of it before you can close the outer doors.
Alright.
To open the inner doors.
I'll lead the way. I'm in the or behind the outer doors. Can I still get a shot on one of these?
Yep, doors open.
Okay. I'm gonna shoot my Gauss rifle. Let's see what happens.
You aiming for the big ones or the little ones?
I'm aiming for a big one.
Okay. There's a big one just trying his best to storm up through this low gravity.
I gotta hold on. 15 to hit.
Okay. Add your effect to your damage and roll your damage.
So, 1, 2, 3. 27.
All right. You feel the kick of the Gauss rifle, and even though you can't hear the sound that the slug makes, you can feel everything about it. It's almost like it's an extension of your body. And a round pierces through the first big bad's head and comes out the other side, and he just kind of stops and spasms right before a big bad behind him steps up and just bashes his broken body out of the way and fills the hole in.
Come on, guys, we gotta go.
Craven, it's your turn. You also get the same feedback from your suit that John got, and you know that any minute now they're going to be coming from multiple directions, not just one. If you're talking, I can't hear you.
Can I move towards the door yet?
Yeah, you absolutely can if you want. The outer door's open.
Yeah, so I'll move and shoot.
Okay, you can do that. Go ahead and do your roll.
Same thing, gonna do the full auto again.
Okay. To save time, I'm only going to make you do the 1 to hit, unless you fail.
That's a 6.
Okay, you roll it again, but now you're auto 5.
I hit on the 4th one, so 4, 5, 6. So I get 3 of them.
Okay, go ahead and roll your 3 sets of damage. You might not actually get all of them this time.
I'm counting dice. Hold on.
Yeah, take your time. It's just the whir of the minigun constantly going off. And I'm going to say you're missing rounds because it started to overheat, even in the vacuum of space. Because you've been holding the trigger down so long, the barrels are starting to choke a little bit.
29.
Concentrating on the big bad or the little guys first?
Big bad. Always the big bad.
Okay. He gets about to the front of the shuttle before the number of bullets you put in him cause him to stagger and fall on his face. But the guys behind him swarm in. And now there are a bunch of them that are almost at the door.
Alright, I'm gonna step through the door and close it.
You still have people outside.
Come on, bro.
Why are there so... I thought I told everybody to go inside with Matt.
Sterling is still outside. And Sammy has not moved through the threshold yet.
I was out covering John there for a bit, and then he moved in.
Yep, you've actually got the next turn after the current set of baddies. And you get a +3 from your preparations to your attack. Speaking of the set of baddies, the 2 closest ones, they get a 9, so they are going to hit you. Oh, drop the dice. Drop dice don't count. Which is a good thing for you because that was a 5. So he does 5 damage total. If it pierces your defensive soak, which it shouldn't with your power armor on, then you would take acid damage, but I don't think it gets through. So this first one basically digs its little fangs into your armor, and it would have gone through your normal stuff, and you're looking at it like, oh, this power armor is actually pretty cool.
Nice stuff.
Okay. It is now your turn. Remember that you need to move.
Absolutely. I'm going to get behind this door right here, but I'm also going to take some actions and kind of do some shooting too while I'm doing it.
Okay. Pick a weapon and make an attack. One of them has actually bitten you, so if you want to use the hammer and do a melee attack, you can.
Let's see. Let's go. No, I want to go ahead and I'm just gonna pop out a grenade over here, a frag grenade. Just kind of lob it here.
Okay. Throwing a grenade is an athletics check, so you roll your strength and your athletics modifiers.
Okay.
You can actually use your dexterity as well if you want in this game, which is one of the cool things about it.
All right. Is that like a 2-hit type thing, or is that just?
Yeah. That's your attack roll, and then you roll your damage for the grenade, depending on what type of grenade it is.
Okay, so I'm rolling a 2-hit right now first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have a 8.
That hits, and now you roll the damage for the grenade.
Damage for grenade is 5d with a blast of 6.
Okay.
I'm getting a 19 on that.
Excellent. Okay, so these first two just explode into a cloud of orange blood and green bile from their fangs that are dripping this acidic thing. Kizik, you're the only one standing outside of the threshold.
Yeah, I take a step back in and close the door.
All right, the door slams shut and begins cycling, and the airlock opens on the other side to reveal a long catwalk and this spectral ancient. Let's go ahead and switch maps.
So, quick question: that door was so you said it was an airlock, which means it's pressurized. So
Yes, you are now inside of an atmosphere.
Gotcha. So
it looks like it's being held in with some kind of magnetic field. It's one of the most sci-fi things you've ever seen.
Gotcha. Okay.
Can we break the door so it doesn't open?
That's what I was asking, if it was pressurized, because if the area we're at is pressurized, that could definitely add strength to it.
Or does it only open from the inside?
We're going to be in combat time still, so if you guys want to take some of your turns to do that, you are welcome to do that. And from the angle you guys are approaching at, I'm going to put you at this door. Oh man, tell me we're not going to have clipping issues.
Oh my gosh.
We are having clipping issues. Okay. You guys come in the door. This spectral ancient, he doesn't seem to have a physical form. And he sees you and starts moving in on you. And those of you who have the circlet on, you cannot hear any of this because all you see are flashing, like his mouth and his eye parts are glowing aura, and they pulse intermittently. But Sammy, because he does not have a psionic inhibitor on, can hear this angry, echoey voice as this ancient says, "You! Why are you here? Why are you protecting them?" And he throws out a psionic attack. Once again, the only person susceptible to this is Sammy. Sammy, go ahead and roll a psionic defense roll.
Did I have enough time to hit my button?
It depends on how well you roll and whether or not you absolutely want to do that.
I don't like that sound. I got a 7. No, I'm using telepathy. I got a 9.
Okay. So he hits you like a freight train. What the rest of the party sees is a actual bolt of purple comes out and hits Sammy dead in the head from the spectral ancient. And for a second, Sammy, you're like knocked almost out of yourself. You're back behind the veil for a moment. And as you come back, you carry all this knowledge with you. Part of this knowledge is the idea of you could hit that button, you could use that amplifier, and it would make you incredibly powerful for a brief moment, and then you probably would expire. Alternately, you could embrace the fact that you could possibly ascend here. Your body would almost certainly be destroyed, but you could temporarily do something that the ancients traditionally called releasing your inner light. And basically what would happen is you'd very briefly be able to channel all the psionic energy from the veil through your body. That will destroy your physical body. But what it will also do is put you on the same plane as this guy, because looking at him, part of the knowledge you're bringing back is that he's on a different plane than you. Physical attacks probably aren't going to hurt him.
Yeah, my body explodes into light.
Okay.
Or whatever happens. I assume that'd be really awesome.
So basically, it is kind of that, if that's the path you want to go to. I didn't expect you to come to that decision quite so quickly, but it is something that you've kind of known might happen.
Taking time to think about it.
Yeah. So basically what happens is Sammy gets hit by this thing, and it kind of looks at first like the spectral agent has just evaporated, and he bursts into this blue, wispy light, and the body of Sammy dissolves, gear and all. But then Sammy reappears, and you guys don't know how you know it's Sammy, but you do know it's Sammy. As a giant spectral form of one of those avatars you saw earlier in the cave appears in the same way that this spectral has. It ignites 2 giant psi blades. So, Kizik, what you're going to do is you're going to take all of your stats, not your modifiers, but your stats. You're going to add them together, and you're going to add those to your psionic score. When that number hits 0, your body dissipates.
Body or psionic essence?
Psionic essence. Well, yeah, your existence will cease to be a thing.
Sammy, no!
You just feel warmth at your chest to say, like, it's alright, watch this.
Alright.
Hold my beer.
Yep. So, technically it's Raccoon's turn. We went way off the rails here with that introduction, but that worked out pretty much how I thought it was going to. So what is Deacon's, or sorry, what's Deacon? Deacon's just witnessed this whole thing happen. This giant crystal that's pushing a laser down on the planet is in the middle of this platform. It's got these glowing things. Everyone can see this, right? Like these glowing orbs that are on this thing.
Yep.
Okay. And
The glowing orbs.
to add, insult to injury, there are more Chitin flooding into this chamber from the other entrances. The one behind you is currently closed, but there are baddies coming in from the other entrances. This is a very large area. I couldn't make the map any bigger, obviously, but it's going to take them a couple rounds to, even if they full sprint towards you, to actually get over to you. But those of you with long-range weaponry will be able to shoot them because there's no cover. And there's also this spectral entity that you're not sure if you have to worry about or not. Right now it's engaged in life or death combat with what you can assume is Super Sammy.
It's got Super Saiyan.
Yeah. I'm freaked out. I definitely don't want the Chitin to be able to come in from behind us, so I was going to try to find a way to
Sabotage the door.
Yeah, sabotage, jam the outer door shut.
Can you give me just a little bit of detail in how you're doing it, in that how reversible it's going to be?
Within the controls to like open or shut the door, is there a way to manually override it with something as simple as...
It's not technology you're super familiar with as far as the electronics are concerned. The mechanical mechanisms, however, on an airlock are pretty much the same universally. It's an iris door. You crank it, and gears turn, and it pushes valves shut that make it airtight.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to mechanically, use the mechanical override to keep it shut, but make it attempt to where I could then pull that back out if we're trying to exit back out this way again.
Okay, give me a mechanics roll.
Alright, that's looking pretty solid. It's 9 plus 1 plus 1, 11.
Okay, so you pull one of the iris valve openers out of your pocket and then realize that obviously the Chitin don't sign on to that kind of like OSHA safety thing, so they don't have one of those. And then you realize you can see the gears and it's made of metal, and you literally just stick that iris wrench into the gears so they can't turn.
Alright.
Okay. That brings us back to the top of the round. Ghosts, a lot of shit's happened.
Yeah, you said that there are things that I can shoot long range. I'm gonna try to shoot them long range.
Okay.
Let's start with this guy.
Okay.
Well, to hit.
That definitely hits. Add your effect to your damage.
$21 damage.
Okay. With AP 6 or 8?
It's AP 6.
AP 6. So that's actually 27, right?
Yes.
So you get 2 of them in one shot.
Oh, nice.
They- A couple of them actually do fall off the edge of this, and you realize that gravity pulls them down, and you look down for the first time, and realize you're looking at open space. And as they fall through the field, you can see that they're actually pulled into the vacuum of space as they go past the field.
Oh.
This beam is the actual beam. I didn't have time to make an effect for the actual beam because I couldn't find a visual effect that did it, but it is currently shooting the planet. Like, that's what that crystal is. And those pulses that are purple are emitting the same kind of pulses that are in the field, the EM field from outside, and you can see them occasionally discharge into the field. Craven.
So you said there's orbs on this thing?
Yes, they look actually just like this thing kind of looks.
Do they look like they belong there, or do they look like they've been added?
They look like tumors. Like, if this were your junk, you'd be going to the doctor big time.
So I could target those, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna target those.
Okay.
I think I have the. I think I'm the only one with the range and the ability to take out a bunch of them.
Yeah, go ahead.
Again, full auto. The 10. You may keep rolling or just go with the first one.
You need to do a significant amount of damage with each of them to break them, so I was just going to wait until you told me the right number, and then I was going to say one breaks.
No, I rolled a 10 to hit. Do I not need to roll to hit? Just do roll.
Oh, no,
damage?
no. Just roll your damage. We're not going to do it because it's going to take us fucking forever.
79 damage.
Okay. One of them completely bursts. Like, it takes a lot more fire than you thought it should take, but one of them goes away.
All right, then I'm going to step to the front of the catwalk here.
Okay, move your token up. It's going to be really difficult to do, but try to shimmy it where you want it.
And I'm going to enter siege mode.
Okay.
So the goal here is I'm going to use the gun to take out what I can take out, and then anything gets close, I hit it with the hammer.
Okay, that's a good idea. Just
And I
remember,
provide cover for everybody else.
and you do provide cover when in that mode. Also, remember it takes a turn for it to turn back off.
I don't think it's going to matter.
It might. You guys are doing pretty good so far. Okay, after Craven is the first group of baddies. They are too far away. Actually, no. I should give the first group of baddie to the Spectral Ancient, so that's what I'm going to do.
Also, I will tell everyone else, hey, those tumors seem to be a problem. Might be something we can focus on. I know it's kind of a bad time, but
See what I can do.
Sammy, this is just an ancient. He's spectral to everyone else, but to you, you've just entered his realm. And as you enter his realm, it is like the nightmare version of the Veil. And it's anger and hatred and betrayal, and you do instantly get a feel for his story. A long, long time ago, when the Ancients decided to enter the Psy Embers, What they didn't tell you was that not all of their species were actually psionic. And there were a small group of individuals who are part of the ancients who thought that the safest thing to do was once they entered the Psiambers was to have the Chiton exterminate any of their species who weren't psionic. And this individual had family members and such who weren't, and tried to fight against them and was imprisoned in a Psiamber so that he couldn't help his family. And he ultimately ended up becoming the individual that poisoned the Chitons' thoughts against the ancients, and over millennia has turned them into what they are today, so that they will eradicate all of the rest of the... Like, he's still so angry, he just wants to eradicate the rest of the ancients. And that's why they dismantle the Embers the way they do. And he doesn't care who gets hurt in the process. You're just an obstacle. He's enraged that anyone is trying to stop him, because in his mind, this is a holy war. He also is too shocked to actually attack you. He's never seen any other being other than an ancient able to step into this plane. Not even the most powerful psionic Chiton could have done what you just did. And the form that you've taken is also different than what he expected. You are very similar, but not the same as an ancient in your form. Like I said, he didn't roll well enough to attack, so that's his turn. Greybeard's actually up next.
Okay, what I'm going to do is actually come up here and behind Craven.
Okay.
And I'm actually just going to kind of use him as cover, but I'm going to be starting to... I can't really do anything with the invisible guy, but I'm going to kind of lob another grenade out towards these guys here.
If you want to lob a grenade, you're going to have to go a lot further than in cover behind him. Like I said, the map's huge.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, never mind. If that's the case, I'll stay here, and then I'll just take an auto shot at the crystals then.
Okay, you go ahead. This one looks pretty cracked. This one that's on the closer side to you. That thing looks like it's taken a ton of damage. From the Norse power armor and the volley that it did. It's worth noting that the Psiamber itself has been pelted by several missed rounds that have just bounced off it like it was nothing, so that's a different story.
Gotcha. So what I'm going to do is I'll use my scope on it. I do have the auto 3, but I don't think I can use the auto with the scope, so...
I think you can.
Okay.
It very specifically says you cannot.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Well, then
yeah,
you
I
cannot.
think so. Okay, so we'll use a scope on it, so let me go ahead and roll.
Alright, go ahead.
Got a 7.
It's a hit. That doesn't quite do it.
With the scope, you get a +1.
On the attack?
To hit, yes.
Oh, that's a hit. So then, yeah, so that would be... So that's an 8 then.
That's what you need. Okay, so go ahead and roll your damage.
I got a 9.
Okay. You don't actually break it. You do crack it significantly more. Some light starts leaking out of it. And the glowing starts to become sporadic and erratic, and it's almost like it's spazzing a little bit, flickering like a light bulb that's about to die. And Kizik, you've had quite a experience so far. How does it feel to be a psionic entity?
I feel at peace. I feel at one with the ancients that I've longed to become one with. And I'm pissed that this guy, I don't know. Yeah, no, I'm mad that my body is gone. But as I look down and see 2 ignited psi blades, I immediately plunged him into his chest.
Okay, roll your attack.
That's a 10. I'm not looking for side blade to see damage.
But remember, you can add your psi points to your psi blade.
Yeah, like
And-
I could
and you-
add them all and instantly kill.
You should have a shit ton, but I don't know if you're going to instantly kill him. Not that a decent alpha strike would be a bad idea.
Two D plus strength. It has an armor piercing 5 times my psi DM, so it has an armor piercing of 15, which is just nuts.
Most psionics don't have that high of a side. Yeah.
And I'm gonna put 8 psi points into it, so that does 15 damage.
Okay. You bury these psi blades into his chest, and he just has a shocked look on his face. Because you're probably the first person in millennia who's been able to touch him, much less hurt him. And there's blood, and it's just like he's still in shock over what's all going on here. But that shock very quickly starts turning to anger as you see he's now kind of going into rage mode himself. The fight or flight kicking in. And it is the Chitin baddies' turns. These guys are going to move forward. And I'm going to do them all at once because they're all in a group. Forward. These guys move forward. Guys in the back do not have line of fire. The guys on the sides are going to take shots at the big chunk in power armor. But they might as well be stormtroopers, as laser beams course out towards the power armor, but ironically, all energy that's fired in here seems to curve a little bit weirdly. While the projectiles you guys have all fired have gone right on target, the laser itself kind of curves a little bit and throws off the shots of these guys. And that brings us to Raccoon's turn. So what does Deacon do? You're in the back. John's got the he's got the singularity bomb cradled like a baby in one arm. He's got his Gauss rifle kicking off rounds with the other. Up ahead, you see Sterling opening fire with his auto rifle, and this Norse power armor has just magnetically locked itself to the deck, and the gun is just spitting fire towards the Cyamber.
Yeah, there's a part of me, I'll look towards John and say, hey, do you think Sammy's psionic link to this bomb is still good now that he's been transformed?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I guess it's time for me to try to put some lead down range to try to stay alive. So I will come up.
I love that. You're just like, you think this is good? And he's like, yeah. And you're like, okay. I love that.
Yeah. I'm not 100% certain, but yeah, I'll believe him.
Okay. So it's going to take your whole turn. It depends on the range of your rifle.
Yeah, I was pretty done with the 2 guns that I decided to bring with me as far as range is concerned. Because I have the laser pistol with a range of 30 and a flame rifle.
Okay. What's the range on the flame rifle? It's probably not any better.
No, the flame rifle's even shorter. It's only 10.
Oh, fuck these guys to do that. To get within 30, you're going to have to take your whole turn. You're not going to be able to shoot this turn, but you can advance towards them if you want, or you can stay in cover, because there is no cover out on this platform, except for the Cyamber in the middle that keeps you from shooting directly across, and this big honking piece of power armor. That's your 2 pieces of cover.
You know, I'm standing behind this big honking piece of power armor and sort of leaning out. Is it possible for me to hold action until these Chitin inevitably come closer towards us? Or is that game in the system and cheating it too much?
No, you can absolutely do that. You're at the end of the round, but I'm okay with it. It would kind of mean you go twice next round, which we're going to let it happen. It's the finale. I'm not sure they're going to get close enough to you with a big honkin', minigun going off, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, you can hold action if you want. If nothing else, what we'll do is if you don't get to attack next round, you can prepare, and you can take because you moved once, so you have 2 minor actions left. You can give yourself a +2 to your next attack if you want.
Okay, and yeah, I would like to not aim at where the minigun is pointed, so...
Okay, well right now it's just never stopped firing, but it's mostly shooting at the Cyamber.
Okay.
Okay, so that brings us up to the top of the round. Ghost, everybody's moved up. You hear, Maul tell you, hey, I'm targeting these nodes, and there are a bunch of nodes on that. You can only see one of them from your current position. Actually, you're a sniper. You might have a line of sight on that bottom one. If you wanted to try for that. That's a precision shot.
I'm going to try to shoot for the one that I can see pretty plainly.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your to hit.
Do. 9.
Take your effect and roll it over to your damage.
24 AP6.
Okay, I don't even need to do the math on that. That goes through. That one pops. And another one is down. The field is definitely weakening. You can see the edges of the outer field is getting closer to the ship, like the sphere is shrinking. You can also get a pretty clear sight of the battle from in here. It's a pretty epic view if it weren't for how scary everything is right now. And Craven. From your position, you can take a detriment and try to hit the one that's just barely visible on the bottom. Or you can concentrate on the chitin, or you can convert from siege mode. You'll still get an attack, but you can convert from siege mode and then go back to moving next turn. If you're speaking, I can't hear you.
Damn it, I mute my mic when I go to the bathroom, and I forget to undo it because we're push to talk.
Uh-huh. I do appreciate it, though.
Yeah, I know. I mute the stream. I'm going to lay down some fire on the incoming chitin.
It's probably a good idea. Go ahead and make your rolls. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them that you can see. If you want to use your auto 6, I think you have enough to make a roll for each of them. But you can just use your one roll and just, spray the damage over them if you want.
I think for auto, he can only shoot one cluster. I don't think he'd be able to hit both.
Oh yeah, that is the rule, isn't it? They're too far apart. So you're probably going to want to aim for the bigger cluster.
Yep, I got an 11.
Yeah. Give me your damage.
$79.
Okay, well, combined they had hit points of 64. So, and then they had and they had 10 for a DM. So I think you had a couple of extra points left over, but you got that group. There are more coming, but that group's taken care of. You get a round reprieve on this side. Alright. Next up is Big Bad. Big Bad's going to get his first attack on the Kizik guy. The Sammy. Super Sammy. Okay, well, he rolls a 13 for his attack. So, Sammy, you have the option to try to psionically resist him. You have to pass a psi roll, which I'm sure isn't too big of a problem, and then tell me how many psi points you want to put into it.
Pass it. I got a 12.
Okay, so you get 4 points for free. How many points do you want to add to your defense?
I would like to use another 8.
I'll put you at 12. Okay.
Correct.
So you take 5 damage. That goes straight to your side points because you don't have any other pool. He lashes out with an electrical attack almost, and that's how they perceive it down here on the ground. But in reality, he's psionically trying to shred your consciousness. And he's old and experienced and knows how to do this. He hasn't had to do it in a long time, but he was locked up for a reason. He's very dangerous. And that makes it Greybeard's turn. Sterling.
So, as far as distance on these guys, I mean, you said this is a pretty large map. I mean, is this something I can thump out a frag grenade, or do I need to start going scope, or...
They're at scope range right now, but you could run towards them and throw a frag grenade.
We'll go and do scope. So, we'll do a scope on one of these two guys here.
Okay, go ahead and roll it.
Got a 9.
Add your effect to your damage.
Got a 12.
Total? Okay.
Yeah, question. Sorry, adding your effect to your damage, is that taking my initial roll and then adding that to what I do for my damage? Is that what you mean?
Your effect is the number of points you got past 8. So you get 1. So you rolled a 9, so your 1 above 8 gets added to your damage.
Gotcha, so it's 13 then.
Yeah. That hurts him. He takes a bullet, or several bullets, because it was an auto rifle. But he's going to keep coming. Kizik. This guy's actually pretty dangerous. For a moment, you thought he was going to be a pushover.
I never thought he was going to be a pushover. I knew he's super terrifying. So I've reached into the bag of tricks that I've unlocked, and one of my telekinesis powers is pyrokinesis. And I've been... As he was shredding my mind, I was reliving the countless generations of my ancient civilizations, learning the pyrokinesis technique, and I'm going to hit him with a pyrokinetic attack.
Okay.
Which I landed a 13, which is a 9+, so he's going to suffer 2d damage and burst into flames.
Okay.
That's only 8 damage.
He is on fire. Now, this is all in a different plane of existence, so it's on fire to everyone else. But basically, you are doing the same effect. You're burning, you're dissolving his psionic will. It wasn't as effective as you thought it would be, but it's your first time. I mean, who knows, who gets everything right like that, something that complicated the first time. But the hit does land, and he does reel backwards a little bit, and he waves his arm, and he's very shocked. Once again, I'm on fire. This isn't a thing that can happen. But it has happened. And now the Chitin are going to go. This group is going to run up. They are now within that magic range that you guys wanted them to be in. I believe Deacon was still holding action.
Yippers.
You are within your 30-meter range.
And I'm not a stormtrooper. It's a 9.
Excellent. Add your effect to your damage. The one on the right's already hurt.
Okay, and...
Is this your laser pistol?
Yeah, it's the laser pistol.
Okay.
So that is-
I'll make you do it this time, but next time take a setback dice for it, because your laser pistol goes all wonky too.
Okay, well, I guess I didn't actually add the fact that I was sitting there aiming.
Oh.
Anyway.
You're supposed to add that too, so that's good.
Okay, so I guess I'll say they offset each other. That's 14
Hmm.
plus 3... 17, 18 damage.
Okay. You shooting at the one that's injured or not injured?
Not injured.
Not injured? Okay. He dies. You look like for a second he's going to resist it, and then it shears through, and his chest has a big old hole in it, and he collapses. More chitin can be heard coming from different directions. There's a pounding on the door behind you guys, and you realize that, in case it wasn't already obvious, that there's an unlimited number of these guys. And we're at the top of the round. Ghost, it's your turn. Are you muted?
Yeah. I think it's time for you guys to start thinking about getting out of here. I'm gonna start moving towards this crystal with this bomb.
Okay, that's a pretty far run, because like I said, the map's pretty big. You can definitely make it all the way up to the edge of the platform. There's a significant gap, a significant air gap between these two. Oh, you just threw yourself across the board. It will...
John, the bomb, if it was to go off where we were standing, would be exactly the same as if it went off where you're at.
Yeah, it's like it wouldn't matter.
I thought we wanted it to be touching the crystal.
I don't think it actually has to touch the crystal.
I don't know if we'll be able to make it touch.
Also, safe distance is planetary.
You guys are in vac suits, so you can, if you were to hypothetically disable certain things, you could float across, but you're not there yet.
Do we have to put the bomb on the psi crystal?
That is what the paladin asked you to do, but he also said that it might not be necessary. He was just trying to be safe. He didn't know the situation you were going to be in. All he knows is that that psi crystal and this ship floated through a nuclear minefield and didn't go off. Or rather, the weapons did go off, but they didn't affect this thing at all.
After moving this far, can I shoot another one of these crystals?
It's going to take your whole turn to run that far.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay.
Next.
Raven?
I'm going to exit siege mode and shoot the, what is there? There's one remaining guy here, right?
There's one remaining guy up close, and then there's these four who will come from the back exit are currently running down this pathway, and they are now in line of sight. They were blocked before.
I'll take out the 4.
Okay.
That's an 8.
That's all that matters is you hit. Roll your damage.
83.
Uh, 64 plus 10, so yeah, you got it. So, you zip through another group of them.
It's like the old days, John.
It is.
Your old suit didn't have a Vulcan cannon on it, but now you wish it did.
Right? I think I've never been able to shoot before.
All right, Big Bad. He looks like he's taken a little bit of a beating. He's definitely not happy about the fire. I'm going to take one of his maneuvers that he would normally use for moving and have him pad himself out, or attempt to. And he's going to be successful at that. He's then going to roll boxcars to attack. Ouch.
Bye, Sammy.
And he does 19 damage to your psi points.
I don't get a resist it.
Oh, yes, sorry, you do get to resist it. I shouldn't have told you the number.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I rolled double ones. I did not successfully. I just take it.
You did not resist it. He smiles as he hits you with the equivalent of like a psionic punch, and it blows you backwards in your own realm, and that significantly hurt. That That was an almost death blow kind of hit. I don't know how many points you actually have left, but it was pretty much as good as he can do in one shot.
Yep. I'm not happy.
And Greybeard. There's one super close. John just sprinted past you guys. Like, you guys have a nice battle line set up, and like you and Deacon are like swapping in and out of cover to shoot at this guy, and then John just sprints past you with the singularity bomb tucked like a football.
Yeah, I would let everyone know I guess we're moving forward. And I've exited siege mode. You would know the difference? I assume it looks different, right?
Yeah. So basically, they hear your mechanical stuff. So basically, it braces so all the weapons can fire and recoil, and all those bracings are unlocking.
So what I'm going to do is I kind of swing around him and actually take another shot at this guy right here, since he's the only one that's in proximity, I guess, at this time. But I'm going to move closer towards John.
Okay. You are within range of your 30-meter gun. If you want to run the other direction, you can get within flame rifle range. But it's totally up to you.
Well, I mean, I don't have my flame rifle with me. I do have my shotgun.
Oh, well, you got that too.
Is it what's it to switch from?
It's a maneuver, and you don't have the. If you're moving, you don't have it. So I forgot about that.
Okay. That's right. There you go. So I just keep my combat rifle on me, but I'll end up taking a shot at this guy right here.
Okay.
We'll end up doing a auto 3.
Awesome.
And I got a 5.
Doesn't quite do it, but you can roll 2 more times if you're using your full auto. Just remember to take you're probably going to have to reload after that because of your munition multiplier.
And then 2 6s.
We call that boxcars. Oh wait, did you roll 2
Oh,
sixes?
that was I rolled 2 6s, so I rolled twice but got 6 both times.
So it's obligatory when you do that to yell covering fire in a Cyril Figgis voice.
That's about it.
And you just
Fire.
you just spent suppressing fire. Excuse me, I got it wrong. You spent 27 of your ammunition, so make sure you're deducting that because you're gonna have to take a maneuver to reload at some point, probably soon.
Next turn actually.
Okay, so that puts us at Kizik.
Sammy slid along the unknown floor for a little while, but flips back up onto his feet and just sprints towards him. And his blades are as big as they've ever been, and he's just going to start pounding, not just one shot, but lower gut, uppercut. He's slicing and dicing as hard as he can.
Okay, go ahead and give me your roll.
He hits a 10.
Take your effect and add it to your damage and tell me how many side points you want.
He did 14 damage.
Is that with your extra side points, or are you adding more to that?
That is with extra side points.
So you hit him, and he reels backwards. Blood, which is really just spectral pieces of purple floating out of his chest, and then he looks like he's sucked into the ember as he screams this ethereal scream. You can still feel his psionic presence, but he's in the ember now, and that was not what you expected to happen.
I hit I hit his throat, and I thought he's just gonna bleed out right now, and then sucked in.
How many side points do you have left?
14.
Pretty close. Go ahead and roll me either a psionic or a perception roll.
I got a 9.
He's not dead until that ember's destroyed. And
nobody can hear me because they all have the psionic shields on.
Oh shit, I forgot about that. Yes, that's actually a thing. I'm sure you'll regret telling the GM that.
But we can see him.
You can see him. That is true.
Time for charades.
Yeah,
I tell you what else you can do, if you really, really wanted to. You're a really powerful psionic being, and all the Chitin are psionically sensitive. You may attack or attempt to possess them if you would like.
Yeah, there's one that's real close. I would like to psionically possess him.
Okay. For possession, I'm going to make you wait until your turn. But you can totally do that. I suspect that guy won't be there on your turn, but I could be wrong.
Just starts waving at them and pointing to their heads.
It was gonna be great. It was gonna be great. He's gonna possess it and be like, "Hey guys," and then immediately his head just.
Well, something you don't know about the Chitin is they can't actually speak like you can. It's gonna literally be charades. They communicate psionically. They have mouths, but they don't have vocal cords. So yeah, it's gonna be fun, and it does also the baddie's turn. So this group of 4 is gonna reappear here, and this group of 4 is gonna reappear, and now it's gonna be Raccoon's turn. So Deacon, this epic battle above you just ended pretty dramatically in a flurry of super amazing blows from Super Sammy, ending with a jugular cut. And then you can still see that spectral guy get sucked into the ember. You don't know what any of that means, but that was pretty epic. But now you have a lot of things to deal with. You're also kind of worried that John's going to try to jump that gap.
Yeah, I see John just sprint past me with this singularity bomb. How far is this gap exactly?
It's about 50 yards of open space.
Okay, so that's the really long.
Yeah, you cannot jump it.
Okay. I kind of want to go a bit crazy, so I want to run past Sterling. I basically want to take his gun and say, "Hey, dude, you got a hammer? Use your hammer."
Oh, he's also carrying a shotgun, so you could ask for that too. You can use but the thing is, if you're going to run up there and then use a maneuver to manage a weapon, you're not going to be able to attack this turn.
Yeah, I was okay with that. I was also going to try to utilize the infrared sort of disguise thing on my vac suit that I've never actually used before.
Okay.
Because you said the Chitin roughly see in infrared?
They are also psionic, but yes.
So they can probably see me as I try to run past them.
Yeah, that's not as much see as...
So they might not see him.
I was about to say, it's not as much that as they can feel you, your presence, but you are wearing a dampener. That's a valid point. So yeah, you could probably go stealth mode. Actually, if you can blind both full infrared, you can definitely go stealth mode.
Yeah, my goal is to take a more repeatable round and go stealth mode and try to take out the other festers on this core.
Okay, that's a good idea. Very good idea.
Yeah, Sterling, can I have your gun? Remember, you've got a hammer.
Which one you want? Which gun you want?
The auto rifle.
Okay, go for it.
I love how cooperative you guys are being.
We shake hands, high five, I hand it over.
Yep. Oh no, this is just not usually what you get from an RPG group. Since you're like, normally everyone's like, that's my gun.
Well, hey, I'm sure he'll give it back.
So go ahead and look up your stats for the auto rifle. Make sure you guys got the right one picked. And we're going to go top of the round. Ghost, you've gotten up to the edge of this thing. You now have a clear shot on this bottom one and a difficult shot on this top one from this side.
I'm going to go for the clear shot on the bottom.
Okay.
Hey, Raccoon, it's 41,590.
41,590.
In the catalog.
14 to hit.
Okay. Roll your effect into your damage.
I only got 20 damage this time. AP6.
You still put a pretty significant crack in this thing. As a matter of fact, when you shoot it, chunks of it kind of fly off, and you can see a clear seam. It's pretty significantly hit. Another hit like that, and it would definitely burst.
Okay.
Graven, you also see all of this go down.
All right, I'm gonna start moving forward.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I have to unlock you out of siege mode. There you go.
How
So
far can I get?
you can get up to John in one turn. Anything past that, you're going to have to take your whole turn to do maneuvering. But if you take all 3 maneuvers, they go as far as you can. You can get probably about here, but you won't be able to attack.
But if I go right here, I can get line of sight on 2 crystals.
Yep, you got easy line of sight on the bottom one, and slightly more difficult line of sight on the top one, which means if you do full auto, you got to take the harder check. So that'll basically just mean that you need to roll a 10 instead of an 8.
Yeah, I'll give it a whirl. I got an 8. I got an 11. So 5.
Okay. Give me your damage.
$78.
Okay, so the top one pops. I can't get a read on this thing clearly to make it delete, but it's not there anymore.
Was there enough damage to hit the bottom one, or enough damage to break the rest of the bottom one?
I'm using the calculator now to figure that out. I'm bad at math, so I gotta rely on a calculator. You said it was 78?
Yes.
He also rolled 8 6s, which is ridiculous.
Wow.
And he was sitting there complaining about someone's stats last time.
What are you talking about?
Yep, you barely pop both of them, so both of those guys are now down. There's only 1 crystal left all the way on the back side.
So that size shield there, the electromagnetic field is almost gone.
Yeah, so actually it's sucked into the point now where you guys at the edge of the platforms can see the shield. Like, it's definitely not covering the whole ship anymore. It's covering this area.
So that means that the fighters outside are able to hit, finally.
Yeah, they absolutely would be able to. You look out at the battle and realize that it's not going fantastic. There are no friendly forces within your immediate sight. There are explosions in that debris field, though. So someone's still fighting.
We gotta act quick, and hopefully we can get out of here.
Yeah, somebody want to give me a lift?
Unless you want me to try to toss you or me to jump across, that is 50 yards.
Do we have any other takers
I look at
or
Sammy,
ideas?
I look at Sammy, who I can't hear, and
Yeah.
I say telekinesis.
Is it my turn yet?
I don't think it is.
It's not, but I was going to let you guys have the conversation because technically speaking is an incidental.
Oh, wow. Can I hear them speaking?
You can totally hear them speaking. As a matter of fact, if they weren't wearing their side things, you'd be able to sense their thoughts. But because everyone's got those things on, it's technically the baddie's turn who's in the ember. And the ember is going to glow for a handful of seconds. There's going to be like a slight lull. And in metagame, what I'm doing is I'm rolling his regeneration. You can feel him getting slightly stronger, and you realize that he's going to come back out of this thing as soon as he regenerates a certain number of hit points.
So if Sammy can use telekinesis to take the bomb over there and set it off, we could leave. I don't know if it'll actually hurt Sammy more than he already is, or how that would work, but
I don't think anything's going to hurt Sammy more than he already is. Except for this guy coming back out of it, it's the bomb you should be worried about.
Yeah.
right. Well, Sammy would be. Oh, right. Sammy would have to protect himself long enough to be able to blow the bomb up, which is unlikely.
Yeah, there's also still one more fester on this.
Right. There's still a shield on that damn thing.
I'll,
Sammy, can you break the sheet? Can you break those tumors?
The answer to that question, if Sammy is interested, is yes, you may attack things in the physical realm, but you have to use telekinesis to attack physical objects, so you'd have to throw something into it.
Oh my goodness, that would be amazing.
Just something can be an enemy soldier.
Something is a singularity bomb. Just using that as a hammer.
No, that's a bad idea.
Super Sammy points at the bomb and then points at the crystal and then gives like a shrug.
You have to take the field out because as soon as the bomb gets close to the field that's still there, it will stop working.
Yeah, and I hold up a finger that says 1 or 2, and then I give you a shrug again.
1 or 2?
I can either do.
No, you can't explain that.
1, 2, and I point to the bomb, and then I point to the crystal, then I point to the crystal, and I make a big old X. Huh?
I look at John, I'm like, you probably should just push the button now.
I go ahead and arm it.
I also then start pointing to my head.
So it's technically Greybeard's turn. We're going to let him go while you guys think about this for a minute. We're not going to have armed it yet, by the way.
Oh, okay.
It's still in a glitchy EM state. You may want to think about that for a turn or two.
Yeah, we still need to get rid of those little, spores or whatever on the side of the crystal first, right?
Okay, then we're going to have to move around to that side.
Yeah, so once we get rid of those, then I think we can take care of working with the bomb here. But what I'm going to do, since I already handed off Deacon my rifle and my stuff, so I'm actually going to use my shotgun and actually go after this guy right here since he's kind of limping along. Okay, got an 8.
Okay. Roll your damage. This guy's in pretty bad shape.
That guy has been a survivor.
We got a 9.
And for damage?
Yes, for damage.
Total.
Yeah, total. It was a 4D.
Have you caught this guy on fire yet?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
This guy's a survivor. You shoot him, some plating comes off, and he staggers forward. Well, he's just cinematically. He's going to stagger forward. He's still coming.
He gets too close, I have to smack him with my hammer.
You might have to do that. Kizik, it is your turn. There are a number of different options you have here. With 14 psionic points remaining, you need to be somewhat conservative, though.
The survivor is still not dead.
You want to attempt to possess him?
Oh my goodness, that's not going to help people at all. They're already looking at me, seeing my head. I'm going to pick up the singularity bomb and float it over to the crystal.
Okay. Roll your telekinesis roll.
That's a 13.
It's a 14.
Correct.
Ghost. The bomb starts to float in a purple ethereal light. Do you resist this?
No, I let it go.
Okay. Bomb floats over to the side crystal and attaches itself firmly to the side.
Beautiful.
How much does that thing weigh?
It's not all that heavy.
Is it more than 10 kilograms?
Maybe, but I wouldn't consider it for it to be a detriment in your state, for it being heavy or not.
It's more than one psi point if it's heavier.
Nah, we'll say it's just one. Click. It's on the side.
Sammy then points to the crystal, and it gives another big X thing. And then points back to the crystal and gives another big X thing.
Are you pointing at the crystal or the tumor?
The crystal tumor. We can't see the tumor.
I'd like to point out that you just attached an unarmed bomb to the side of that crystal.
With no dead man switch.
I thought I had a thing I could pull.
You have a remote connection to it, but you haven't, specifically we're talking about how it was really glitchy to arm it.
Yeah, it's even better. I'm excited. I'm gonna have to pull somebody out there to arm it.
Can't you use telekinesis to arm it?
There's solutions to this problem, but I just wanted to point it out just so that we didn't get to the point where you're like, I detonate the bomb and I say you didn't arm it. I didn't want to get to that point. So I've pointed it out now. You all know it. Okay? And it's the baddies' turns. So this group come out, going to do their advance. You're going to take their shots with their laser weapons with their detriment. They're going to miss wildly. The other group is going to come out and try to do the same thing. And they are going to miss wildly as well. These laser weapons being affected by this thing's really hurting them. So you've got those two groups. This guy's still out here, so that group is still suspended, and that brings us to Raccoon. Oh wait, no, the Survivor has to go. I forgot about Mr. Survivor. He's gonna step into Deacon's range, melee range. He swings an 8. Boxcars. He does 12 damage. If that gets through your soak, you're going to take poison damage.
It doesn't.
The boarding vac suit.
Oh, Deacon, never mind.
Yep,
Yeah.
Deacon.
Boarding vac suit is 11.
He did
So-
12.
Yep, so I guess that is...
So you're taking 5 poison damage every round until the poison is dealt with.
Motherfucker. Couldn't go after a guy in power armor, had to come after me.
You
Who's supposedly partially invisible because of infrared.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. No, you're totally right. No, that's completely legit. I completely forgot about that. Can you give me a stealth roll with your bonuses?
Sure. Stealth is... Is it straight dexterity or...
So there should be a stealth score, and then I think you add your dexterity to that. And this guy's not very observant, so you need a 6 or higher to pass. And if you pass, then the damage will be transferred over to Sterling, who can just soak it.
Okay, so stealth is... Dex... That's... 4...
Should be Dex plus stealth is an actual skill, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Dex plus stealth, so I don't actually have the stat in stealth.
You gotta
But
take
also-
your jack of all trades then.
Yeah, I don't have jack of all trades. But on the other hand, it is the one thing it talked about with Chameleon IR is +4 to all stealth, so I got exactly an 8.
Jack of all trades means you take a -3.
Yep,
Ooh,
-3
okay.
plus, so -3 plus 2 for Dex, that puts it at a 4, and then +4 for the actual stat on the armor.
Excellent. Okay, so he's coming towards where you were, and you just sidestep as he walks through, hits Sterling right in the side plate. Sterling barely notices that he's been hit. And that's going to be that guy's round. Good call. I forgot about the stealth thing. I apologize.
Woohoo! I'm glad I was able to pull out of that one.
Nice.
Ghost, it is your turn. Wait, no, it isn't. I skipped Raccoon because that's not really his turn, skipping out of the way. You get an attack now. Also, you're going to take a boost dice because he has no idea you're there. Assuming you're attacking that one.
Okay.
Gun to the back of his head.
No, I was,
Yeah.
I was actually just going to continue to stay stealthy and run to try to get in range of this.
You going to take a whole turn? Would you like to make an athletics roll to see if you can sprint the whole way in one go? Or would you like to just take what I'll give you without a roll?
I will just take what I can get without a roll because I do not have any ranks of athletics whatsoever.
I'll let you get up there. You kind of have an angle on it. It's going to be a difficult shot, but you kind of have an angle on it for next turn. And if you take a maneuver to move even further, it'll be an easier shot.
Okay, no, I'm good to stay right here and continue to stay somewhat stealthy.
All right, Ghost, what's your idea?
I was gonna have Super Sammy fight me over so I can arm the bomb, but I think I need to get around to the other side and try to take a shot too.
Okay. You're going to have to run through the Chitin to take the shortest route. If you try to run down the way Deacon did, you're not going to make it quite far enough in this round.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna shoot from here. Let's start sending these guys out.
Okay. Go ahead and take your shots.
They must die. Got an 11 to hit. It's 19 damage. AP6.
Crap it. I wrong. 19. 15. It's there. So. Yeah. Okay. That guy takes a hit. He's definitely been hit. But he's not as bad as some of the other guys you just popped. Kind of disappointing. He kind of went off the armor. And Craven.
So if I do an athletics check, can I just bowl through these guys?
Yes. If your objective is to get through them without taking damage and get to the other side, you can absolutely do it. I will allow you to do some shield bash damage based on your strength score, but it's not going to give you a melee attack of opportunity. It will give them a melee attack of opportunity against you.
Yeah, that's fine. I want to bowl through them. I'm trying to get a shot off on that last crystal.
Okay.
It seems like that's the thing we need to do to fix this.
Do you want to forego taking any shots at them to try to shoot at the crystal this round?
Yes. Yes, all I want is to get that crystal.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a vac suit check, because really it's more of a piloting thing. Add either your dexterity or your strength to it to do your bowl through, and then add the effect of that to your attack to shoot this crystal.
Alright, I got a 6 plus 5 is 11. I got an 11.
Okay. Add your effect to your shot to hit. There, your damage.
9 to hit.
Okay. Add that effect to your damage.
89.
You pop a crystal. The field dissipates.
Technically it was 90.
The field dissipates and sucks in the little blinking timer light on the bomb. John can see it, and Super Sammy can see it, and Sterling can see it. Clicks on and is ready for input. The bomb's basically back in its normal operating mode, and the EM field is completely dissipated. And it is Big Bad's turn. Let's see if he can get 12 points. That's 8 points. 8 points doesn't cut it. Sammy, there's a strong psionic signal from the Ember. he's imminently going to be back.
So I either fly sheer over, or can I telekinetically push the buttons?
In an attempt to telekinetically push the buttons, I would be opposed to that.
I'm going to fly sheer over.
Okay. Give me a psionic check. You have to hold him in place, which means if anything happens to you on the next round, you're going to drop him.
All you have to do is use him like a stylus. Just poke the buttons with him.
Yeah, is there a
Well, let's go ahead
art?
and let's go ahead and do the thing you initially said.
Yeah.
I mean, you can try to resist it. Ghost.
No, I'm going. Don't tell me.
I got a 9.
All right. John, you've been lifted by this purple ethereal light, and it's floated you over to this bomb. You are hanging right in front of it. It's attached to the Psi-Ember, so if you really wanted to, you could like grab hold of the handle to steady yourself. But you're sitting right in front of the timer. In seconds. Well, let's wait until your turn. It's your top of the round. But it will be an incidental for you to program the timer. Sorry, we're going to call it a maneuver for you to program the timer. It's not going to be your action. But keep in mind, it has to be entered in seconds, and let me know what you want to put in. The baddies are going to go. The ones who just got barreled through are all taking setbacks. They are going to attempt to shoot Maul. 10... It's a 5. It's a 7. They're terrible. That's an 8. 2 of them hit.
Did I get a chance to go with him and kill this guy over here?
Didn't you already take your turn?
No, I didn't yet.
Raven went. Big Bad went. Oh, no, I did skip. I'm sorry, I did skip you. Go ahead and take your turn.
It's all good. I was just going to maul this guy over here with my hammer.
Yeah, no, it's worth pointing out. I apologize.
It's all good. I just didn't want him to kind of stab me in the back later on.
So you take 2 separate attacks, a 17 and a 15, if that gets through your armor, Maul.
Not the new armor. Maybe the old armor.
So, got a 7.
Oh, that doesn't quite cut it. So that was a melee attack,
Yes.
and you added your strength or your dexterity, whichever is higher.
Oh, I did not. Sorry. That's, pull one.
It gives you a bonus to strength of 2.
Yeah, so that's an 8.
There you go. Now roll your damage. You need to do 10 plus 2.
What was that? 10 plus 2, you said?
Yep. Add your
So-
strength modifier to your damage roll.
Okay, so I rolled an 8.
Take your strength modifier in your sheet, plus your 2 from your power armor. Add that to the 8.
So we got 11.
You almost did it. You smack. This guy is a survivor. Holy shit.
He's got AP4. He's got AP4.
He's got AP4. You get him. You finally get him.
AP4, okay.
There you go. I was like, holy shit, this guy's gonna live.
No, for real.
Every other Titan is one hit, one
Yeah,
death. This guy's been like, everybody gets to hit me.
Well,
But,
everybody just kept doing like just a little bit above his DM. Like just a little bit. Like everyone nibbled a little bit off, but couldn't quite get the job done. Get 2 hit points left.
As he goes down, I flip him the bird, man.
So you squish his little head in, and he goes down. That guy was going to be a character in the next campaign.
My gosh.
he might still. I mean, he may not actually be dead.
He's going to be a future big baddie.
Nah, I was going to make him like the ship mechanic. Anyway, So I did Kizik, I did Greybeard, I did all those baddies. Mr. Stealthy Deacon guy over here. You get around here with your master plan to shoot that thing. It's a great plan, and then it just explodes before you get your gun up. Now what?
I guess now I will turn and run out this door over here.
You're gonna run out that door?
Well, I'll get to the door and see how many Chitin are just standing, waiting to get in.
There's gonna be 4 of them on the other side. However, it's worth noting that your ship is not out that door.
Yes, I am aware of that.
Okie dokie.
I was debating whether it was worthwhile to try to run around to get the Chitin looking somewhere other than the door that we are most obviously going to come out of.
It's totally up to you if you'd like to do that.
Okay, so yeah, I guess when I look at that door and see that there's 4 Chitin, I clearly will not be able to stealth past all 4 of them. Or maybe I can.
Probably can.
Yes, I'll try to stealth past all 4 of these Chitin.
Good news there is that you won't know if you succeeded or failed in getting. Well, no, you won't know if you fail.
Yeah.
You should be dead.
It's an opposed check, and I already rolled theirs, so you go ahead and roll your stealth check. Remember to add your dexterity and your stealth score.
Boxcars.
Boxcars. You are the fucking knight. There's no one who could possibly have seen you. You're like a breeze on a summer night. You are now behind these 4 Chitin. They have no idea you're there. They've stepped out on this platform, completely oblivious to your presence.
I would like to be so stealthy that as they routinely open the door and routinely shut it, I am able to get out on the outside of the ship without them even realizing that I walked past them.
Okay, that puts you... So you go through the whole airlock and you're on the outside of the ship. You can do that with boxcars.
Yep.
I want to point out, and I'll allow you to retcon this if this information changes your decision. There is no way for you to get to your shuttle from outside that door. You are on the other... You're like a mile away from your ship, on the outside of the ship.
Damn it, I thought there was a way to walk from here to over there.
I realize now that that's what you thought, but I tried to imply it earlier. There is only one way out of here that gets you off alive, and that is the door you came in.
Shit.
You are allowed to retcon that decision, if you would like.
Yes, I basically just run back over to where Sterling is and get set to have a nice massive battle opening this door to get back out to the ship.
Okay. Also, you're the one who sabotaged it. You didn't tell anyone, so you could have killed the whole party that way. That's why I asked you why you wanted... You said, I want to distract them. You didn't say, I'm trying to get back to the ship. So...
Yes, the goal is to get back to the ship. The semi-goal was to distract whatever Chitin are on the other side of this door.
Yep.
But if there's no way to get back to the ship unless it's through this one obvious door, then yes.
Yeah.
I want to distract them, but be stealthy and not be seen.
No, I was going to be less stealthy on the outside once I got close to the ship.
Okay. And that brings us to top of the round, which we're going to do in just a second. I am going to take a quick bio, and I'll be right back.
So sad. I thought for sure there was a way to run on the outside of the ship.
I thought you were going to jam the door over there. I didn't realize you were trying to go outside.
I was gonna say, you killed us all.
No, we'd get the door open.
I'm gonna set this thing for like 240 seconds. It's 4 minutes. We all need to run.
I'm pretty sure that the psionic guy is just going to pop out and disable it.
No, that's a good point too. Maybe I should just set it for 10 seconds and fuck it.
I was kind of thinking that.
Well, we're definitely all going to die if it's 10 seconds.
I'm going to put Bon Jovi on while I'm in the power armor, just blaring. I'm thinking Blaze of Glory.
Deacon should have ran out there and just jumped as hard as he could.
Yeah, just go off into the distance. I thought
I don't really need to arm it for seconds though. You can still trigger it with your brain, right?
I don't know if I can do that fighting a ridiculously powerful spectral alien.
I'll just choose to dead man it. You guys run. I'm here forever.
Yeah, we got a lot of chitin.
Not forever, just the rest of your life.
Yeah, next maybe 120 seconds.
Probably less, because if Sammy loses his telekinetic thing, you're gonna take a dive.
Yeah, that's true.
I still can't believe that Chitin almost lived through all that.
I thought for sure there was a way to run around the outside of the ship.
No, that's why I asked you initially what you were trying to accomplish, because that I was going to, if you had said, hey, I'm trying to get back to the ship, I would have immediately said, you know you can't do that. I'm not going to say can't. It's a EVA on a low-grav outer hull of a ship, and you have over a mile to cover. You probably would have died, and what makes it matters worse is the rest of the team would have gotten to the proper door and been like, why won't it open?
Yeah, I could have gone over comms. Hey, there's a stick in the.
Yeah, but that's meta as shit, because you would have been outside. You would have had no idea if that was going on.
Yeah.
It was when the GM asks you a question like that, they're always asking for a reason.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Wouldn't my comms work?
it's not a matter of whether they would work. You just wouldn't know what you wouldn't necessarily know unless they had the forethought to say, "Hey, where's Deacon? Why won't this door open, Deacon?" Which also, they might do that, but that's a little bit of a stretch.
All right, we'll see how far I run before I ever take a shot again.
We'll see. Ghost. First question: how many seconds?
I'm gonna put it on a dead man switch. I'm gonna hang out here, holding on to this thing.
Question: can you put it on a dead man switch that Sammy can release? So if that thing pops out and takes Sammy down, it just goes.
Oh, hook the dead man switch to the crystal, or to Sammy's egg.
Yeah, that would be an electronics roll. You can do that.
All right, that's a good plan, and I'm gonna do that. I got an 8.
An 8 just barely does it. So you're rewiring shit while being suspended in the air. You end up dropping some of your tools, which makes it much more difficult because obviously they just fly out into space. But ultimately you get the wires connected. You damn near touch the two wires you know you're not supposed to touch together. But you do manage to do it just barely. Craven. John's over there with wire cutters and the singularity bomb again. You've got chitin on both sides of you. They seem pretty intent to kill you. They've lost all focus on the rest of the party. You are a tank in every aspect of it right now, and you've got your aggro.
Yeah, I'm gonna charge through this group while auto firing.
Okay.
I mean, essentially, I could just auto fire and then run, but I think it's more fun to just run through and watch the gun just boop 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 boop.
Yeah, I think that's a completely reasonable thing to do. They're all in the same cluster.
Yeah, like an action hero star who walks away from an explosion. I'm just gonna stroll through the bad guys as they turn to bloody bits.
So you're not going to try to barrel through them this time?
Oh yeah, I gotta run to get back, don't I?
Yeah, I was going to let you do a vac suit roll. Just same exact thing you just did, but in reverse. And you get to shoot.
I want to do it exactly that way, but narratively, I want to be strolling.
Okay, that's fine.
Get the Imperial walk going.
He's more with him. It's probably more like the Jason walk. You have to realize that your whole party are the kind of things that Chitin tell campfire horror stories about.
Mm-hmm.
Got an 11. I thought I failed that, but I got an 11.
Take the effect over. Oh yeah, the power armor you're in is pretty badass.
Yeah. I'm doing well, and this is the first time I've ever been able to use vac suit, so I'm actually good at vac suit. I lost my train of thought. Give me a second. I just barely got 8.
Still a pass. You need 74 damage to eliminate all of them in a pass.
90. I got 90.
That does it. So you barrel through with the machine gun going, and there's just a pile of chitin corpses on the other side.
Raid!
And
How far did I get with my run? Just through them or a little farther?
you can get all the way to Sterling if you want to. As you're doing that, we'll make sure this actually happens. Sure does. A wisp of purple starts to coalesce as the spectral ancient reappears on the platform.
Hey, Sammy, your friend's back. Can you get John over here before you drop him into the ether?
It is actually Greybeard's turn.
Well, fuck.
Not for real. Gosh, man. Well, I want to see this friggin' guy over here, and I think I'm gonna still start heading back. I'm getting towards the door. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
kind
we're
of away
going,
from
we're
this
going
guy.
for the door. You're gonna have chitin out there, so you're gonna want your shotgun. I'm just gonna open the door and start shooting.
Oh no, I'm not opening the door. I'm just heading towards the door, so I'm heading that direction.
Okay?
You want to get the door open.
Well, we got that little stick or whatever inside the door, and I don't think I
don't
really
know
know
that.
about that yet.
We don't know that. You want to get the door open.
So you're going to run back here, and you're going to try the door? Is that what I heard?
Well, I mean, I don't think Des Deacon told us that the twig is in the door.
He has not, but I'm going to give you a mechanics check to figure it out. Which is how I was going to deal with it if he insisted on going outside.
Gotcha. We got a 10.
You immediately realize that it's been jammed shut and how it's been jammed shut, and you can open this door if you'd like.
I don't know, guys. You want to open this door?
Yeah.
Is there a little window for me to see people in there?
So, because it closed behind you because they were trying to activate the airlock on the other side and you wanted to seal it, that room is going to be full of chitin.
Now, I don't think I'm ready to open this door quite yet, guys.
All right, but you got it ready, right? Like all we have to do is roll up, hit the button.
Yeah, it's ready to go, and to hit the button. But I think we need to get Maul over here and kind of do the whole maybe tank, siege mode or something like that, and start clearing out this doorway once we open the door.
Well, let's hope that Super Sammy can hold it together, because if he dies, we all die.
Go Super Sammy. So I'm done with my turn, and Super Sammy, do your thing.
I float sheer as close as I can to Sterling.
Nice.
Awesome. Ragdoll.
Whee! I always wanted to be Sonic.
Of course, Sheer looks like he's Superman flying.
Sammy's like, all right, the door's open. I'm going to toss him through. Why is the door not? Oh, shit.
That's a 10.
Flat against the door. Oh, God! Hey, I found my spanner.
So you are unceremoniously thrown into the back of Sterling. Neither of you take any damage, but you get to fly for a second. I'm going to roll one thing real quick.
I can take that off my bucket list.
That's an 11. Sammy, you can pick up the whole party and shove them to that airlock.
Yeah.
Nice.
But the door's not open, so we're just pressed up against.
That is kind of what happens, and the power armor's in the back. But you are all at the door, and that's really important. The Chitin can't get to you. They also are really bad at shooting. Deacon, you actually have a turn. You've been moved to the door.
And I use this turn to get the team somewhat situated to where the tank can be ready to shoot as soon as I open the door.
Describe how you're going to do that. And if you can, then yeah.
I guess just some basic organization of, all right, guys, I'm getting set to open the door.
Leadership role if you want to try it.
Okay, we'll see what sort of leadership I have. I don't think it's great.
Tactics role. If tactics is better, you can use tactics.
No, I did menial shit in my time before this. I don't have any tactics.
Okay.
I can do steward or a broker.
Okay, so it's your social score plus your leadership ranks.
Or persuade.
Not trying to get them to give you credits. I don't think persuade's gonna work.
Yeah. Okay, so that was all of. I rolled a 4, and I have -3 in leadership, so that was 1.
Phew.
I mean, they're your friends, so they're like, God bless him, he's trying.
There's a lot going on. We don't have time to listen to your inane bullshit.
They all look at you and scream, "Open the fucking door!"
Pretty much.
As a maneuver, you may open the door if you'd like.
All right, I'll open the door.
Wasn't that your stick?
Yeah, it was my stick. It was my stick I put in there.
Sterling's about to beat a chitin to death with it.
Stab a chitin in the eye with the stick.
Ghost, it's top of the round. The door has just
Is the door
opened.
open?
The door has just opened. There are 5 of these little tiny poisonous ones, acidic ones, inside the airlock that are trying to swarm out into your party.
It's time for the flamer.
Okay?
Got a 13 to hit.
Okay. The blast rating on your flamer?
Well, it's I got 12 damage. It's blast 2.
Okay. The first 2 are completely engulfed in flames and turn into skittering cooked little things. One of them skitters up to the roof, or the ceiling, I should say, like trying to get out of the way of the fire. And the other 2 are ready to attack. Craven, it's your turn.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start going through and mowing things down again. I'll lead the way.
Okay. You're in melee range, too.
You know what? That's a good point. Let's end this on a sad note. I'm gonna hit something with a hammer. I assume these are not vehicle size, so that's a -6, right?
They are very much not vehicle size. They're actually quite small.
So -6, right?
Yep. For the sake of it being the finale, yes.
Oh, I thought it was going to be boxcars for a minute. That would have been awesome. All right, let's start with 8. -6 is 2, plus 4 is 6, plus 3 is 9.
When you exceed 16, let me know.
I got 9 on that, and it's 5d for damage. Hold on.
If you exceed 22, you can get all of them.
It's plus strength too, right?
Plus your strength, yes.
21, and I rolled a 9, so I have a +1. That's 22.
On the nose. Of course you rolled on the nose. Why wouldn't you? So
It's flat.
the power armor walks in there just bashing all the bugs. The entire party may step into the elevator. Or the airlock.
You literally see the giant power armor with the giant hammer maneuvering that thing as if it was just a simple set of nunchucks.
Kizik, you do not have to stay here if you do not want to. I just want to make it clear that you can trigger that thing from a distance away.
So I can like plane walk and just be a galaxy away, or just go through the door as well.
I thought it was more along the lines of being away from the... I got some serious feedback from someone who's watching football or baseball.
That was me.
Oh.
That's better.
Yeah. Not who I expected.
It was on. I have headphones on, and apparently was louder than I
Your
thought.
voice. So anyway, you won't be affected by the explosion, but you will be affected by the spectral agent. So it's kind of up to you what you want to do here.
Yeah. I want to like just plane shift run from the spectral agent.
Okay. So it's psionically it's teleport. You just roll a teleport.
Nice. I got exactly an 8.
That's all you needed. So good with your anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna start a countdown like in my head though of about 200 seconds because I can't reach out and find anybody.
Gentlemen, you step out of the airlock on the other side, and there is a sea of chitin between you and your shuttle. There's a big bad right there at the door. Who went last? It was Craven. So I'm gonna let the big bad take a turn. Roll a 6. You know, he if he ever got to hit, he'd be devastational, but he never seems to be able to. That makes it Graybeard's turn.
I use my shotgun. I've got like I actually realized my shotgun actually has an auto 2 on it, so we're gonna go after the big baddie here.
Okay, go ahead and do your roll.
Got an 8.
Roll your damage.
Sammy's not here with us.
No.
Now, on the auto 2, what does that do? I rolled a 13 for damage.
Roll it again.
Yeah, you'd roll everything again. But just roll your damage because we're trying to save time. And it's 11:39 and you're so close to the end.
13 and 14
Okay, for damage. All right, that's pretty good damage.
for damage.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, so you shoot him. It doesn't kill him, but he definitely takes some shots. Rears back. There's some blood going on. The chitin turn and all kind of look at you. It looks like they were trying to get into the shuttle, but it's still locked and functional. As functional it was when you landed anyway. And that makes it Kizik's turn. Kizik, you've plane shifted away. You said you started a countdown. What else would you like to do?
I don't know how the alternate plane works. Can I try to plane shift back to help them?
You absolutely can. There's a couple of important caveats here. This is like your one opportunity to try to pull off some amazing rolls to potentially come back as a being. But it will negate your ability to assist with the party. Alternately, you can simply plane shift back to help them. They are psionic beings, and you can psionically attack. So you can fuck these chitin up with significant pluses to your attacks.
I'm hurting real bad. Like, if I do 5 more psi things, I just stop existing. So I'd like to try to recover something.
Okay. So I have a couple things in mind for how this could potentially go. One of the ways of that you could potentially save yourself would be to have yourself reincarnated, basically psionically. You would be born again as a child. You'd have to roll very well in order for that to happen. That's the best case scenario, and it brings you back as a physical being. You would gradually even regain your memories as you aged, which would be, pretty cool. But in order to achieve that, you're going to need to have enough points to achieve a 20, and I'm not positive you do.
I do not. No.
Okay, so you can't do that one. alternately, you can ascend, and your consciousness will remain available as a ethereal character, not as a playable character, but as an ethereal character in the storyline past this. You may even, if you have other psionics, encounter yourself again. You only need to roll an 8 to do that.
That's a possibility.
Alternately, you can teleport in here and just fuck shit up, and when you run out of points, you're out of points. You'll still exist in the Veil to an extent, but you'll never be able to come back to the party.
If I teleport back in and die before triggering the bomb...
The bomb's on a dead man switch. If you cease to psionically connect to the bomb for any reason, it will go off. If you willingly say, I don't want to connect to it anymore, it goes off.
I teleport back in.
Okay.
I got exactly an 8.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a combat check with your Psy Blades.
Psy Blade. That's a 9. I wish to use 0 Psy ability.
Okay. Roll your damage. Go ahead and take 2 bonus dice.
That's a 14.
Okay. That is enough to either kill the big one or kill 2 or maybe 3 of the small ones if you include the little one.
Yeah, I want to take the big guy out.
Okay. An ethereal version of... Go ahead.
Just as John says, like, oh man, where did Sammy go? Just a blade appears first in the chest of the big bad, and then Sammy, from behind him, peeks over his shoulder and waves.
That's nice. That's awesome.
Big bad dealt with. Other baddies are going to go.
Am I in the front of the group?
You are not, but they're still targeting you.
That works for me.
I figured it did.
Hey, Deacon, keep in mind that rifle I lent you actually has that grenade launcher on it, too.
So,
Okay.
that's a grand total of 14 damage. From the one Chiton who was able to land his attack. And it's Raccoon's turn.
All right, I finally get to run out and utilize the gun that I took off of Sterling.
Fires a grenade launcher, kills whole party. That's unprecedented. You've never done that with a thermal detonator.
Never. I'm not. I'm using the standard rifle shot.
Okay.
Stealths by them, gets in the spaceship, and flies away.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. I'll stealth past everybody. I'll come forth and fire. All right, that is a 10, which it's auto 3.
Okay, so go ahead and roll your damage 3 times. Remember to take out 27 bullets, which means with an auto rifle you are empty.
Yep.
Music stopped.
All right, 28 damage.
All right. Which one?
I'll start at one of the big ones.
Okay. 28 is enough to kill one of the big ones and to damage another.
Whoever was closest to that one, so I guess this little guy up here in front.
Oh, you want to go for the little guy? Let's see. It's not enough to get through his soak. So you get one.
Okay.
And Ghost, top of the round. There's there's 4 chitin left between you and this shuttle, and you have no idea when this bomb's about to go off. But you know you're on the clock.
Very stressful. I'm gonna shoot this tall one in the back. Sorry, that one.
Yep.
It's the wrong end of the table. I think by now I think I'd know. All right. $14 to hit.
Add your effect to your damage.
$20 damage with the flamethrower. Last 2.
Oh, with the flamethrower.
Yeah.
Okay, you can get both of them with that with the flamethrower.
Sweet. That's what I'll do.
I'm gonna gloss completely over the part where you're in space, though.
Oh.
All good. That's a next time problem. It's 11:47 on the finale. You toast those guys.
Yeah.
Craven, it's your turn.
But there's like 2 left.
Yeah, 2 little ones left. They actually, I don't think, can do enough damage to get through your armor.
Yeah, I'm gonna squish them.
Okay.
Soccer kicked him into oblivion.
Oh, what's the boxcars? It's a plus 4 is 15, plus 3 is 18, minus 6 is 12.
You got one of them. I thought for sure you were going to get both, but you got one.
That's just 12 to hit. That's not damage.
I'm sorry. I thought that was your damage. I was about to say, that's,
That's 17 plus 4, so 21? Yeah, 21.
Yeah, that'll do it. You squish them both on your way through. I imagine you hit one with the hammer and you just step on the other one, you just trample them, because you're so big compared to these guys. And that brings you to the actual shuttle. So now we get to the really fun part. Your pilot's a ghost.
Hey, Sammy, you know how you can possess... Oh. Sammy, can you possess things?
The big thing just points to your head again. And it keeps giving you the little things.
You can take your crown off.
Alright. I'll take off my psi sensing, or psi blocker.
I did not think he was going to do it.
I'm just surprised you did. Hold on, I gotta roll to see if you get mind fucked.
I mean, he's definitely getting mind fucked one way or another.
That's boxcars for the baddie's attack.
Immediately just dies.
He's gonna take 20 damage. Does that kill you?
Oh my gosh.
Psi attacks go to intellect first.
20?
Yeah.
So it starts with intellect, so that's clearly
What is your intellect?
that's a 10.
Alright, what's your other stat?
I've got dexterity.
So you can take it from, in this case, you can take it from your endurance after intellect, but you are unconscious immediately if it exceeds in one turn. Your
Do
intellect.
you have 10 endurance?
I have 9 endurance.
You are dead.
I found Sammy a new body.
Yep.
That's two of your stats in one turn.
Oh, that was a bad call, Sammy. It was totally your fault.
It was good knowing you guys.
You guys can argue about that at work.
All ways to die, that's gotta be the most anticlimactic way.
You're right at the end.
Explodes.
Alright, well,
Well, he does, like, he is, like, gushing blood out of all the, bad places on his face, like eyes, nose, ears, like, that's...
I'm glad we didn't tie the bomb to him.
can you that's a dead body?
And that's gotta be the dumbest way to die. Of all the shit that's done.
I'm gonna leave my crown on, how about that?
Yeah, I'm not taking that thing off. Fuck Sammy.
I'm never gonna take that thing off.
Oh, I'm going to grow into it. I may get skin implants to put over it.
All right. So
So
you said we
Go-
need to fly this thing.
yeah,
Let's
someone needs to fly it, and also your second best pilot just had his brains burst out of his ears. So good job. You could have just asked him to fly the ship.
Jeez. I'm gonna take a -3, but I'll try it.
You get your dex bonus.
Yeah, I get my dex, so that's good.
Can I assist him?
Please,
You
please.
know how to assist him?
You
but-
can you can totally assist him.
I haven't used it before, but I've got Spacecraft 1
Do you really?
on pilot, yeah.
You are actually the next best pilot.
Well, we should be assisting you because I'm
Yeah.
gonna
I
take
take
a
like a -3 or anything.
Yeah, you
technically,
go.
technically, at this particular point, he is our best pilot.
Yeah.
That's absolutely true.
I got a 10 to assist you.
If you're not trained in the skill, you can only give him a boost dice.
Oh, okay.
But you do want to give him that boost dice. So it's 3 dice. You take the highest 2, Sterling.
Copy. Highest 2, so we got a 9.
There you go. The shuttle's in really bad shape, but you managed to pull it off. You lift off, and you point it roughly out towards the battlefield and hit the go button as hard as you can, and it just rips off into space. Now, the shuttle's not very stealthy. So there are, enemy fighters. As you come out here, you see that the Chiton warships have actually handily won the battle. But as you're veering off, the Orkan does swoop in full stealth mode. There are huge gouges missing from the ship, and you can tell that they are doing their best to keep their emissions down low. You need to give me one more roll to dock with it, and I need to know when Sammy's going to hit the button.
When we go back to
And so this is 2 die we're doing?
You can still have your 3. I'm sure they didn't stop assisting you just because, you know.
Oh no, we're done now. Fuck you. I'm assisting.
Alright, so 2 of them goes up to an 11.
So you slip the ship like a glove back into the Orkan. You all are aboard. You immediately feel the Orkan doing tight turns and then diving into natural gravity, which is always something that feels weird, shifting from artificial to natural gravity. But in this case, it's very comforting because you realize that you've entered the atmosphere, which is what you needed to do. Sammy,
Tell Sammy to hit the button.
Sammy's been left behind here on the plane, and you can hear the ancient on the other side screaming at the Chiton that are in there to do something. You realize that they're probably about to destroy the bomb.
Yep. I see them zip away, and I count to about 15. And I don't even know what I see anymore, but I make it to about 100, and then I say, pull the ripcord.
Okay. Full 100 count, really? Okay.
We're also going to get Deacon to the auto dock that we have.
You absolutely should do
I
that.
don't think it's going to do anything, but
Let's see here. Auto dock. I'll roll all of it out in a second. I've got to look it up, but I think it might actually help him. I rolled a 10. That's a pretty good check. Sammy, as you let go, the thing that you're standing on, now you're on another plane, so it doesn't really affect you, but the thing you're standing on instantly evaporates as a black hole opens at the center of that psi crystal, sucking everything, the entire ship. All of these Chiton ships that are around it all get pulled in, and then it detonates. It's just after a few seconds spitting everything back out in this massive explosion, akin to like the Death Star blowing up in Star Wars. It's so close to the atmosphere even. Those of you on the Orkan find yourself trying to outrun a giant fireball that's igniting the upper atmosphere. And you do ultimately get ahead of it enough, but you realize that the atmosphere of Zion Trey has been irreparably damaged. This world will slowly lose its atmosphere at this point and become a barren rock. The whole planet is still destroyed, it's just not destroyed the same way. But all of these Chiton ships have been destroyed. and you all have, in essence, stopped the Chitin advance. While all of this was going on, Lucinda, the spokeswoman and the Paladin's wife, did manage to get the Ghost Fleet she wanted, and took these singularity bombs to all of the major garrison worlds and the capital of the Chitin Empire that you guys have managed to scout. The massive strike is of questionable ethical nature, since you're in essence bombing civilian targets, but the Council has agreed to it. And with a singularity bombardment from orbit on each of those worlds, the war ends. And any future campaigns in this world will be post this war. Sammy, you have basically ascended to the Veil. Let's talk about, real quick, because we have about 5 minutes left, what each of your characters do in an epilogue.
So first off, it's Sir Maul.
That is true. All of you get knighted. Even those of you who didn't make it.
Is that like, is it just a title, or does it come with lands?
It depends on what you want to do for the Paladin. He'll be very flexible about what he'll offer you. If you all are looking to retire and you want land, you will get it. 100%. Alternately, there's all sorts of other things that could happen. Now, it's worth noting that we're going to retire these characters. They will be NPCs in the future campaigns, but they will still be present. So keep that in mind when you're doing your epilogue.
I think John is at the age that retirement sounds real nice.
I'm keeping the power armor. I just want the Paladin to know that, like, I'm going to be a politician in power armor.
He's not really that concerned about that, especially since they're decommissioning it. In a few years, you'll be able to buy that as military surplus.
I'm going to be pushing to get some upgrades for it, but ultimately, my goal is politics. Just very heavy-handed politics.
You're that super militaristic politician?
Yes.
Yeah?
Maybe we'll restart the Space Marines.
That is actually going to be a theme in the next campaign we do here, is going to be the former Space Marines, meaning the Norse Power Armor Corps, which is being decommissioned, being replaced by the Striker and everything that goes with that. You guys know what Engine's all about. So that is something that is coming in future campaigns.
Maybe Maul. God damn it, stupid button. Maybe Maul goes into more of a alternative to them and maintains a small crew of super elite power armor, like this kind of power armor, but like still continuing to upgrade it, like not decommissioning this one.
As long as he's the cigar-smoking leader and not your character, that's completely fine.
Yeah. I mean, he intends to still use it. Like, he has the best.
Oh, yeah. Strut down to the store to get groceries, In
his power armor, you're damn right.
Yeah. So,
he goes into his office, he's got a giant chair that he sits in.
By sticking you guys, or by sticking Deacon in the auto dock, by the way, you did save him. He lives. He is horribly injured, but he lives.
Like, he talks funny and really know like he had a throat.
Like he's gonna have some cybernetic implants in order to like see and use his nervous system, but he will live.
I was thinking that maybe again, he recorded some pretty shoddy works of music back in the day, and the whole, hey, he actually did some badass stuff and helped defend the world. That makes the indie records that he recorded makes them sell a little bit better.
So he wants to be a rock star now.
That's what he always wanted to be.
Yeah, all right. So Deacon's epilogue is
I saved your life.
Deacon.
But the fact that he's like so cybernetically implanted just to stay alive right now is it's ruined the whole rockstar vibe.
No, dude.
Oh no, that's
you're
metal.
Like the Darth Vader of metal.
Yeah, that's metal as shit.
talks with a voice box. He sings with a voice box.
Yep. Got perfect pitch now.
I have been to the other side.
Graybeard, what's Sterling get down to? He's been on this grand adventure. Unfortunately, his home world is going to have to be evacuated, but you basically defeated the Chitin in a rather dramatic way. It's like all over the news. You've been knighted. You were a criminal just a year ago.
Yeah, you were just a super mob boss too.
Yeah, I know. And that's why it kind of, even though I think the mob's been kind of scattered everywhere, I kind of like the idea where and still kind of get those folks together and still kind of help connect them with what's going on for the military here and keep those relations going. So,
I mean, you do have power armor now, so.
And I do it with power armor and a hammer.
You may have learned a lesson from someone else.
That's right. I've learned to just enjoy power armor, so I'm just gonna say I'm keeping it and try and stop me.
Also, never tell anyone to take off their side dampeners when they're in the middle of a.
Oh no! I'm actually having mine enhanced, so it's actually a permanent part of my head.
Yeah, same. So lesson learned. As we look over at Deacon, who's kind of in a wheelchair and drooling, and he would glare at us if he could see.
He's kind of cross-eyed.
If he could put two thoughts together, he'd be pissed.
Isaac, have you thought of Sammy's epilogue?
I was gonna say Sammy tries to bring Deacon back. He was right there. It's like, oh man, catch that soul, put it back in the body. But if I'm just trapped in an I mean, I could finally see my little crystal guy in his whole form. I assume I'm now more elder than human. I just am a ephemeral spirit by any of the psi embers that still exist throughout the galaxy. Anytime someone gets close, I give them a little bit of guidance. Oh, I might reach out to Clarissa, because she had more of my thoughts than I thought that she needed, and I might guide her towards becoming a psi protector.
Okay. I like that. I like all that. So you become a guardian angel for those who can sense you. All right, Ghost, John Shear. You're the last one of the party, I believe.
Yeah, I'm old. I want to retire. I'll take the night and the night ship, the land, and all of that stuff. I'll set up a nice big gun range and hone my sniper skills and fish. I guess it wouldn't be on this planet though. I'd have to go somewhere else.
I mean, ultimately, there may be a terraforming expansion to try to rebuild this planet, but for the short term, this is uninhabitable. And that brings us to the end of our campaign, gentlemen. What did you think?
That was good fun. Good ending.
Nice.
Yeah, I thought we were all going to die, and there were several texts between me and Matt about do we hit the button now or give it another minute?
It was so close, guys.
I'm impressed Deacon survived.
Yeah, I had a
Quote,
Silent
unquote.
Command channel going. I was like, look, if this gets any worse, just hit the button. Fuck it. That was when Deacon was trying to sneak around the side, and I was like, I don't think it's going to matter, but let him think he's going to survive.
I'll be honest with you. I did think that you were going to have to detonate it yourselves. I had completely forgotten about that little toy that Kizik had. But as soon as he mentioned it, I'm like, oh, like there's like an extra avenue for them to live, and that's exactly what you guys did. Because when I originally plotted this out, there was only one way for everyone to live. Actually, I guess technically everyone didn't live.
No, he came back to life. Oh,
Sammy came back. Well,
Sammy's still alive.
Sammy's consciousness is available. That could have went much worse. The first 2 rounds, the Elder rolled Snake Eyes. So,
but then he rolled boxcars.
But then he did roll boxcars. Yeah. So
no bad deed goes unpunished.
But yeah, I mean,
Wasn't the roll that wound up nearly killing Deacon close to boxcars, or was it boxcars?
the one that he did was boxcars. 20 is his maximum damage, psionically attacking. That's
So it
Yeah.
got me.
yeah.
He did 19 and 20 damage in consecutive attack rounds.
So, but anyway, with that also said, I think it all came out really good. I love the intrigue we have going on with Engine and the Strikers and everything that's going to come up. I think it'll also be interesting to see in the world how, with the Chitin War over, how the territories change, and now the Chitin are just this alien species that is around. Without their evil elder overlord, they're probably going to do various different things. Like they're not gonna be the same kind of people without the person that you just killed. Because they were in essence being guided. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. But in the short term, that just means that we're gonna go on to our Edge of the Empire campaign. We will be having session 0, not this coming Saturday, but the Saturday after, where we will build a bunch of worlds and such.
That's cool.
Yep.
Sounds good.
We will also need to do another training session. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead into the stream here. Hold on a second. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed the finale. We're going to do some planning for our next stuff, but, catch us not this Saturday, but Saturday after next for our Edge of the Empire campaign.